Sometimes I'm gaining, then again I'm losing. Sometimes I'm rising, yes, sir. Then again I'm falling. Sometimes I'm gaining, then again I'm losing. Sometimes I'm rising, yes, sir. Then again I'm falling. Let Jesus work it out. Please, your Father would work it out. Oh, let God work it out. Please, your Father would work it out. Oh, let God work it out. Please, your Father would work it out. Oh, let God work it out. Oh, work it out. You work it out for Mother Teresa. Sometimes I'm gaining, then again I'm losing. Sometimes I'm rising, yes, sir. Then again I'm falling. Sometimes I'm gaining, then again I'm losing. Sometimes I'm rising, yes, sir. Then again I'm falling. Let Jesus work it out. Please, your Father would work it out. Oh, let God work it out. Please, your Father would work it out. Oh, let God work it out. Please, your Father would work it out. Oh, let God work it out. Oh, work it out. You work it out for Mother Teresa.
All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Dr. David Patrick Carey with Church of the Eternal Logos. And today we have a drama alert. I am going to be your chief news correspondent this evening. And we're going to be tackling some of what I deem to be the more popular topics in the news right now. I was curious. I just posted in the chat. What are the hottest topics you guys have been following in the news? Little curious. What we'll be covering today, somebody spelling error in the title. How am I 30 minutes late? The stream was for 5:30, guys. It's 5:39 at most. It'd be 9 minutes. What are you talking about, bro? I don't get it. All right. I think, Tucker being an anti-Semite, that seems to be the hottest one today. We're going to be touching on that. We're actually going to be looking at Fuentes. I got a couple clips, kind of the two highlight clips from Fuentes' interview over with Tucker. That was last week. Of course, I got the Ben Shapiro response and some of the fallout regarding all that stuff. I also have videos on EBT and SNAP programs being shut down. One of the surprises, if you haven't been following, is it's been revealed that essentially only 30% of the recipients of the SNAP program, this is the EBT cards that allow you essentially to get food and groceries paid for by the government, only 30% of recipients were born in the United States. And I got a little bit of a graph to show you guys. I mean, 70% of the people on SNAP are foreign-born immigrants. That is ridiculous. That is absolutely crazy. So, I got stuff on that. I got a video that's kind of going viral of all these porn stars and ex-porn stars regretting. They grow up, life catches up with them, and all of a sudden they're regretting a lot of their actions publicly and their promiscuity, all that different stuff. Have you guys been following the gambling scandal fallout in the NBA? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Former NBA star, current head coach Chauncey Billups, Terry Rozier, who's a player for the Miami Heat. Turns out the NBA has a bunch of players that are gambling on the games. And so the FBI actually arrested the head coach of the Portland Trailblazers, Chauncey Billups, former point guard for the Detroit Pistons back in their heyday in the early 2000s. Anyways, turns out there's an FBI probe that discovered that multiple players within the NBA, apparently there's this whole underground gambling scene tied with the Italian mafia, where players would bet on themselves or teams that they knew had certain injuries for example, like Terry Rozier, player for the Miami Heat, I guess there was like bets on whether he would play the game or how many minutes he would play. And there was instances in where he supposedly got injured, and there was a lot of money saying that they would short it, that, he wouldn't, whatever the plus or minus was, that they would be less than the expected amount of minutes. And all these players were actually making money. I have a thing on James Harden, one of the NBA's like leading point scorers. Well, the other night he had there was a betting line on his point spread, and it was 20.5. And really strange, he scores 20 points by halftime and attempts 0 shots in the entire second half of the game. Almost as if he was making money on the bets against himself. So no surprise there. Billups was in for an illegal poker operation. Actually, it was tied together, Blood Logos. I don't know if you read some of the articles. And I was just specifically talking about Terry Rozier. So what Chauncey Billups was charged for is that the NBA has apparently been involved with these Italian mafia illegal poker games, in which the poker games were essentially rigged. There was instances in actually Kylie Jenner's apartment in New York during a point in which the Kardashians were filming their TV show in her house. So, Kardashians probably dating black NBA players. No surprise there. But Chauncey Billups essentially was recruited, or what we're being told, allegedly recruited by the Italian mob, and would lure unsuspecting people to these poker games where the entire game was rigged. And basically the newbies that are being brought are the dupes that are putting in money. But various people had glasses in which you could see the card on the back of the card. So it had, people were calling it X-ray. It's not actually X-ray. But you could see, if it was a 4 of hearts, you can see a red 4 on the back of the card. So people are holding their cards, but you put on these sunglasses that look like normal Ray-Ban sunglasses. Actually, you can see what everybody has in their hand. And so that got exposed, but it was tied to the NBA as well, just because of all the gambling that's going on. and all the point shaving. I mean, if you guys are familiar with, was it Donahue? He's a former NBA ref who he got caught. This was in the late 90s, point shaving. He was essentially betting on games, and he was tied with the mafia. So interesting little come ups of the mafia as of recent. Really don't talk about the Italian mafia anymore. Gilbert Arenas was involved with a big illegal poker ring. Well, it sounds like at least Tim Donahue. Thank you, Bitter Klinger. It's Tim Donahue. Tim Donahue is a former NBA ref that got caught cheating. And I have a clip from him today out actually commenting on some of this NBA fallout regarding the gambling incident. And he thinks, at least claims he was told by an FBI agent, that a lot more people are going to be arrested. The conspiracy is that it goes all the way up to people like LeBron James or people in LeBron James's circle. So, there's been a lot of speculation. I'd say more so than ever in the last 5 to 10 years, but especially the last 5 to 3 years, because there's so many people betting on these games every single day. I do not do sports gambling, but there's just such weird instances. For example, like in the NFL with the Kansas City Chiefs, there was a university or a college that did a study and actually proved that there is a disproportionate favor the referees displayed towards the Kansas City Chiefs over the last 2 or 3 seasons. And of course, Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce, the sort of it boy of the NFL. Makes sense why maybe the NFL actually favors some of the rigging. I don't know if it's all rigged. I don't know if when you say it's all rigged, to me that doesn't. That's why you won't gamble. Well, I don't gamble for multiple reasons, but it's not like, for example, James Harden. When you're bookie, you're betting on the spread of the team. There's a lot more variables. Right. So if you're trying to rig a basketball game, for example, you got to get basically everybody on the team on board to some degree. Now, if you're the ref, something different. But now with all the prop betting that they have, you can bet on absolutely anything. You can bet on who's going to shoot the first shot. You can bet on how many minutes somebody's going to play, how many points they're going to have, how many points they're going to have in this quarter versus that quarter. You can bet on every aspect of the game. And because of that, it actually gives a lot of leverage to the players, where they can have they can send a friend, let's say $50,000. He then puts that money on a bet on the player himself, who already knows, hey, I'm dealing with an injury. I'm actually not going to play tonight more than 15 minutes. Why don't you put $50,000? I'll give you money. You put that on me, saying that I'll play less than this amount. That's a dumb example. But you can see how the players can begin to make actually quite a bit of money off just regular season games. So, yeah, stuff like that. I got stuff on Zio Israel shilling. I don't know if you've been seeing some of Senator or Congressman Randy Fine, the incredibly fat Jewish Zionist shill in our U.S. government. There's an attempt to, especially after this Tucker Fuentes interview, to kind of reframe everything so that we then castigate, like Ted Cruz. It's so funny. 2 months ago, Ted Cruz was saying that when Charlie Kirk was assassinated, which is another topic we're going to be getting into tonight. When Charlie Kirk was assassinated, he put out a big message about how they call you Nazis so they can kill you. That's what the left does, and we're over it. I'm paraphrasing, something to that effect. Well, ironically, the day after Tucker Carlson posts his interview with Nick Fuentes, Ted Cruz calls them Nazis, which is I don't know if it's just tone deaf or what's going on. He's probably just blinded by the rage against Tucker after everybody laughs at him now. After that interview where he talked about his sole loyalty and devotion for being a U.S. senator had to do with promoting his dispensational heresy. It kind of doesn't have he doesn't have the cultural cachet he once had. I think that's one way to put it. Yeah, the amount of ads online is crazy. Dude, gambling is off the charts as of late. You can feel everything is tied to gambling. And so we're going to be getting into all that stuff. So smash that like, guys. we got it's going to be a fun, relaxed stream. Ben Watts, thank you so much for becoming a COTEL crew member. God bless you, brother. Appreciate it. Shout out to Crispy. Shout out to Kristen in the chat. Shout out to Caravaggio and Mojo. Good to see all you guys. Nick is a gay fed. Well, you know, I could certainly see him potentially being a homosexual. I think one of the most incriminating things was when he claimed Israel did it, but when he finished the stream and the streaming software was still playing and it flipped to gay pornography. I don't know. That's never happened to me. Now, maybe he is targeted by Israel. Obviously, he's in their crosshairs much more than I would be. But to turn your streaming software off and that stuff pop up, that's never happened to me. I can't say that's something that, you know, it's a common occurrence. But, you know, I will say it's basically a fact now. Nick Fuentes is now mainstream. I think that's the final conclusion regarding this Tucker interview, is that Nick Fuentes is fully mainstream. A hacker took responsibility. Okay. I wasn't aware of that. Thank you, eWar Mapping. All I saw was the clip of that, in fact, happening. I was not aware. Didn't he have a sex tape leaked with that? That was not Fuentes. That was not Fuentes. So I'm familiar with what you were referencing. It was like a day or two. It's a big rumor. I don't know. You know, I hope Fuentes is actually very sincere about his Catholicism and it is truly a follower of Christ. Now, I'm no promoter of the Catholic Church, and honestly, some of the stuff Fuentes has said about orthodoxy is despicable. And one of the things I'm going to bring up today is actually what I think is problematic is all like the pro-Hitler stuff. And it's not that, you know, there's inconsistencies with the post-World War II narrative. There absolutely are. It's not that, you know, 6 million is a fictitious narrative that was started before, you know, the 20th century by Jewish Zionist elite. That's a fact. You know, I definitely wasn't exactly 6 million people, and the mathematics doesn't really work there. So fair enough. I think there's a lot of place for some revision regarding the World War II narrative. However, one of the things that I'm currently now, I'm wanting to refresh and dive into more is I just bought this book, Occult Roots of Nazism, the Secret Aryan Cults and Their Influence on Nazi Ideology. So Nicholas Goodrick Clark is actually a Western esoteric scholar. I have no idea what his personal beliefs are, but he has one of the best books that is an overview of like the Western esoteric traditions, you know, ancient Neoplatonic theology, how that blends into Renaissance humanism and the Rosicrucians and Hermeticism, all that different stuff. And so I was wanting to dive into more of this stuff because I saw that, what was it, Dyer last week basically caught a bunch of flack for just saying that this whole Hitler stuff, it's like it's more complicated, you know, to believe that Hitler is like the defender of like Christendom and somebody, you know, there's nuance there. There's things that we're not told. There's a lot of fictitious underlying narratives regarding our post-World War II story, but Nazism is not a Christian movement. Fascism, communism are 20th century modernist political ideologies. But that's where I think this whole Hitler thing is really interesting, because I did a deep dive on X. I just kept following like people what they were posting, and I was kind of surprised that, dude, a lot of the pro-Hitler stuff, you kind of find yourself all of a sudden around with a bunch of a lot of pagan stuff. There's multiple instances where I just started following, not people, but just posts, go to this page, look at what they post, you know, go and just start trying to track things down. And pretty soon you find a bunch of pagans. So no surprise there, but I think that's something we as Orthodox Christians need to speak about a little bit more forcibly. And Stalin, you know, during the Fuentes Tucker interview, Fuentes actually said he was pro Stalin. He thought Stalin was cool. I would beg to differ as an Orthodox Christian. I got about 40 million reasons, not 6 million, about 40 million reasons to not be supportive of Stalin or the USSR or any sort of Bolshevik revolution. So, yeah, it is all these topics are getting mainstream. It's wild. It's a wild time to be living right now. There's so much, weird things. For example, this stream got deleted on Facebook. But yet I feel so much more safe talking about Zionism. This is November of 2025. Anybody watching in the future, November 4th. It's like I feel so safe to actually talk about a lot of this stuff online now because people aren't getting, taken down explicitly for a lot of the Zionism stuff. I mean, the Overton window is totally shifted. But I did a stream last week on the second edition of the Eschatological Visions of the Blessed. That's Orthodox Eschatology on End Times and Antichrist. Facebook deleted my stream. And then they deleted this one today. I have no idea if it had to do with Charlie Kirk or maybe because it said Fuentes and Tucker. But it's like, what's going on over at Meta? You have Zuckerberg who's trying to act like, the super alpha male. And yet Meta is one of the worst. Meta, they've shut down 2 of my streams in the last week and a half, and not even super controversial. I mean, this is just the mainstream stuff that's on X is what we're going to be covering today. And I was just talking about Orthodox prophecies about the end times and the Antichrist, and they deleted it. So, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. E-War Mapping says the Solon stuff he said is retarded, to be fair. It's very retarded. It's very retarded. And that's where, there's a lot that Fuentes says that I agree with. And most of the interview with Tucker, well, let's just start getting into this stuff. So smash that like, guys. If you got any questions or comments, feel free to support using Dono Chat or Streamlabs. And if you would prefer to use YouTube, please help me raise some funds for DebateCon here in 2 weeks. That's what the funds that I'll be raising on YouTube, that's what that's for. So our goal today is 30 super chats, God willing. I will be grifting at some point. The grifting seemed to work in the last Buddhism stream. So shout out to Jim Bob and Andrew for teaching me how to grift. But let me check. I think somebody said something about Dono Chat. Daniel Lee throws in $20 over on Dono Chat. Says, what do you think the most important thing in choosing a home parish should be? We have been attending one for the last year, but recently got invited to another by a friend. Now the wife and I are torn. Well, the one thing I didn't hear there, Daniel, is talking with the priest. So even more so, I've been openly critical of some of the archdioceses and maybe some of their stance towards social issues, especially during COVID, BLM, that type of stuff. I will say, especially El Pitaforos, the Archbishop of Goarch. I will say, though, no matter what the jurisdiction is, and I think Dyer actually echoed the same sentiment recently, no matter what the diocese is, you just have to find a good priest. And so I've been to very large Greek churches, and the Orthodox priest was super duper based and good. And so, yes, they're Goarch. Yes, it's a big aesthetic parish, but the priest is phenomenal, and that's all you need. So first thing in finding what parish to choose or what your home parish would be, Daniel, first thing is the priest. So let's say you've gone and met with various priests. It sounds like you're choosing between 2 different churches. You said we have been attending one for the last year, but recently got invited to another by a friend. Okay. First one, talk with the priest, see because this is your spiritual father. This is who you're going to be confessing to. This person is going to, you want somebody that you don't want somebody who's super easy. So, don't choose the priest because you think you can sort of sneak in and out of the door and maybe not be as accountable for the community or regular confession or something like that. So don't choose the priest out of convenience, but choose the priest that you're like, wow, that's a good man. And then they can guide you spiritually. That's the most important point. So talk with the priest. And then second is proximity. because the frequency that you're going to attend your services, if you have, let's say you've gone to 3 or 4 different parishes, and some are really close and some are really far away. Maybe there's a priest that you like, but there's a priest that you really love, but he's an hour and a half to 2 hours away. But there's a priest that you really like, and he's 15, 20 minutes away. Well, that's another factor, because you want to make sure you can attend services regularly. I've talked with some people, and they're so adamant about like getting the most based or getting the best parish, right? It's got to be, he's got to talk at fellowship, and he talked with somebody at one parish and they had this phony idea. It's like, one, don't look for the perfect, the perfect set of parishioners, the church of the hospital. But also, don't choose a parish because it's so based that it's 2.5 hours away, and the 3 or 4 options you have that are less than an hour away, you don't even attend because they're not as orthodox or up to your standards. So, you got to have some discernment here. But first, quality priest, then proximity to where you're at. And then third, is community. You find a community. One of the things that I always tell young guys, especially, Daniel, it sounds like you have a wife. Find a community that has other women her age, right? It sounds like you have a good wife who's already very much open to orthodoxy and is already caught between a couple different parishes. Maybe the one that your friend invited you to has more people your age, and maybe that's a really important thing for you. So we didn't have a lot of young people at my parish when I joined, but now we have a lot of young people. Obviously, the boom in orthodoxy has helped with that. But women really need a social community, right? I feel like when you're bringing a woman into the church, for us men, we watch debates, we read theology, we have to understand the history and know that the schism and say, yep, this is definitely the historical church. Well, women don't think that way. Maybe some do. I'm not saying all women. Most women don't think that way. Most women want to be in a community of like-minded women. And I know on my experience, but definitely with all the men I've talked to, and we discussed this topic in the Logos Academy, because so many men have wives, both before and after they become Orthodox. And for the ones that their wives weren't Orthodox when they converted, the number one thing is that you take them to a parish and they can see other families the same age as you and go out and have coffee or go to have a drink afterwards, or go do a social event. And they're like, oh, wow, okay, she's pretty traditional. No, they're normal people. Oh, that was fun. And they'll be way, way more likely to be open to going back to the service. But if you try to rationally convince your wife or girlfriend, I'd say that's not the approach. What you need to do is create a communal experience, a social experience. And then if she asks more questions, have those answers. And two, when you have those answers, so here's another thing I will say. If your wife is maybe she's curious and she's asking you questions, as I've talked with a couple women, and the responses, so they'll ask a basic question like, okay, I was raised Protestant. Maybe they're going to some Orthodox services, and they ask their boyfriend or husband, what's the deal with the icons, or some theological question. Now they're looking for just an immediate answer. But husbands and boyfriends will then lay out the whole theological analysis, and after a couple minutes, their eyes glaze over. They don't remember anything you said. So just have quick, poignant responses to basic questions for your wife, but get her in a social atmosphere with other people. And basically that will do the work for you. You got to let the Orthodox women do the work for you, because once a woman is in a community, she'll feel comfortable. But if you go to a church and there's no community and she can only find comfort in you, she's probably less likely to attend. So that would be my number one recommendation, Daniel. So sounds like you're in Texas. A lot of good parishes in Texas. So like I said, parish, proximity, and community. Find out, triangulate between those 3 categories which parish works best for you, and I promise you that will aid. let's see. We had a couple other questions. GC Mitt throws in 5. Thank you so much, brother. No comment. Really appreciate the support. Keenan Beat, shout out to Keenan Beat, says, been taking my BPC 157. Use promo code COTEL. That's right. I've been taking mine as well. And I'm going to do a 2-month cycle on BPC 157. If you guys don't know, that's a peptide. I did a stream, was it 2 weeks ago? Last week, 2 weeks ago, with Dr. Michael Moeller. We went all over all types of different peptides. But I have recently jumped on the peptide train. And so BPC 157 helps heal your inner gut liner. It helps your body repair things. Lowers inflammation, all types of stuff. And I have noticed a benefit from taking it. So I'm going to do a full 2-month cycle, BPC 157. If you guys are interested, Level Up is the place to get your supplements. I have used promo code COTEL. You'll get 15% off. So, right over here, if you go over to Level Up Health, here's the link for all their products. Use promo code COTEL, and you'll get 15% off. These they're a little expensive, but it's because they're assured quality. That's why Dr. Mo. So I'm an affiliate with them. I was asking Dr. Mo. I did my due diligence. You guys wouldn't believe. Guess who actually asked for me to be an affiliate today? You'll never guess. You'll never guess. So let's just say. I'm going to tell you in a second, but I want people to actually guess before I tell you. So a company, very famous company, there's conspiracy theories about its logo being potentially demonic. And one of the flavors it offers is sort of memed within the right-wing political sphere. So with that little bit, that's very vague, but I will tell you the product is all white. Guess who reached out to me on X about being a sponsor for the show and affiliate. I probably am not going to do it, but yes, you got it, bro. Monster energy drinks. Yeah, Monster energy drinks. A guy reached out to me on X today and asked if I wanted to start promoting Monster energies on the stream. I typically drink, if I do drink an energy drink, it's either a 5-hour or a Ghost Energy. Ghost Energy has some nootropic stuff, alpha GPC, stuff like that. But yeah, Monster Energy. How did I get on the radar of Monster energy drinks? I have no idea. Yeah, steal the Monster White formula and replace it. Yeah, E-War Mapping says, what? Monster Energy is based ortho, bro, now. I know, I was surprised. Yeah, I know. Well, there's so many thoughts on the logo being like an upside down 666. I have maybe that's why they want it, right? Maybe they see I'm like a pro church because they address me as, they clearly watched some content because they addressed me by Patrick and said, I loved your stuff. And it was Monster Energy and wanted me to start doing like promos during my live streams. And now that you say that, maybe what it's for is because I'm an Orthodox channel. Maybe it is demonic, right? Liquid Death, for example, is like very popular. If you do podcasts, like Liquid Death will reach out to you to be a sponsor. I would not sponsor Liquid Death. I'm not going to sponsor or promote anything that could be associated with demonic. In the Liquid Death, some of their commercials are like overtly demonic. So yeah, the letters, and that's what I was mentioning, 666. Yeah, isn't that funny? Like, how did Monster energy drinks find Church of the Eternal logos? I have no idea. AC says Liquid Death and Black Peanuts Rifle Company. Yeah, and Birch Gold. Oh, okay. Well, Erica Kirk's actually, I'm going to bring up a video talking to him a little bit about the conspiracy theories with Erica Kirk and JD Vance. So we'll bring that out. Yeah, it's 666 in Hebrew, but you probably, exactly. That's what I was, mentioning about the 666 reference. Jeez, can't speak. Oh no, the Gematria schizos are here. Oh Lord. Oh Lord day. Okay, what else we got? Alexia throws in a generous $20. Thank you so much. Says enjoy DebateCon. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to actually meeting So one of the Logos Academy members is going to be down at DebateCon. So I'm really looking forward to meeting up with him and seeing some people in person. I'll be meeting Jake Rattlesnake for the first time in person. We've talked multiple times. And then obviously hanging out with my buddies, Andrew, Jim Bob. Every time we get together, it's a fun time. It's memorable, though it's difficult to remember sometimes, if you get what I'm saying. But thank you so much for the support. God bless you, sister. And Jordan Johnson throws in 5, says, how do you convince your wife to wear a head covering? Ooh, that's a tough one. That is a tough one. Well, I'm kind of fortunate because my wife, she likes wearing head coverings. She comes from a Rocor parish in Germany where all the women wear head coverings. So it's very, very normal for her to wear head coverings. And then when she came to my Antiochian parish in the U.S., we only have a few women that wear head coverings. They're all Russian. And most of the women do not cover their hair. And so my wife, I would say 85% of the time has a head covering, but she likes it. She likes it. So I've never had to convince her about doing it. If you were to try to convince your wife, obviously the rational approach would be the theological argument and an appeal to modesty, an appeal to feminine modesty and tradition. The probably better approach would be for her to talk with a woman her age that actually covered her hair. I could imagine that being a very difficult sell for a wife coming from a Protestant or even a secular background, getting her to actually cover her hair. You can obviously make a very strong theological argument. And if she's really scripturally based Protestant, I mean, it's right there in scripture. But, you know, I think that the easiest way is for her to actually be around other women that do it, that are her age, and not see it as some antiquated form of female subjugation or something like that. It's not. In fact, my wife, like, again, she likes it. She feels wholesome. She enjoys it. So I don't know, Jordan. Honestly, for me, I wouldn't make that the hill I'm dying on. I would make the hill I would die on is if my wife refused to become Orthodox or follow my theological leadership or religious leadership, spiritual leadership. That would be a huge obstacle for me. If your wife is still warming up to Orthodoxy and you're trying to get her to cover her hair, I would say, just wait, bro. Let her get into the church, let her experience the liturgy, let her go through a Paschal season, through the Lenten fast, let her go through the nativity. We got Christmas coming up here, and allow her to get in the community with more Orthodox women. And then if you want, if say you're out to dinner and you got like 3 or 4 Orthodox couples with you, bring it up as a topic. Be like, yeah, I'd like what do you guys think about head coverings? I notice, the 3 other women or 3 other wives, I notice you guys don't wear head coverings. I notice maybe you do, but the other 3 don't. What do you guys think about it? And bring that up as a conversation piece. But I really don't know what the best method would be. If she's submissive to your guidance, just, politely request that if we're going to go to the Orthodox Church, that she covers her hair. But sorry, I don't have a good tip on that one, Jordan. Siaba throws in 5, says, thanks. Sounds like community will be the clincher, Daniel. Absolutely. So no problem, brother. Thank you for the support. I appreciate it. And I hope that helps in any way for you and your wife making a decision on which parish to pursue. Okay. So let me just do some real quick housekeeping, and let's just get into the content. Guys, we have a think tank meeting tomorrow night on the Logos Academy. If you guys are interested in being part of a men's only community, tomorrow is going to be a free-flowing conversation. It'll be unrecorded. But if you're interested in private Q&As, recorded private memberships, recorded meetings where we have previous reading material, almost homework, and then we get together once a month and actually discuss various topics. Could be philosophy. We did one on Christian apologetics. join the Logos Academy. We got tons of video content, tons and tons of content. All my study guides are available for download. And then you have the calendar. So all the events are always up and ready to go. If anybody's interested in sponsoring a stream, you can do so with this link right here. I got a handful of sponsored streams I'm going to have to knock out in the next week. Some great topics. So if that's something you'd be interested in, you can use that link, and then I will contact you for a little further clarification on the topic. If anybody wants to sign up for a one-on-one session, you can do so with this link right here. And if anybody's interested in purchasing my book, I'd greatly appreciate that. Any signed copies, you can get right here at the website. I'm getting ready to ship out another shipment of people who have purchased through the website. If you'd like to get a little cheaper, I recommend using Amazon. That's going to help you get the book a little bit cheaper. Here's the Amazon link. Like I said as well, if you're interested in peptides, high quality peptides, the problem with some of the peptide stuff is you don't know what quality you're getting. I assure you, Level Up is a quality resource for any sort of peptide you're looking for. They have a ton of them, by the way. Use promo code COTEL, COTEL, promo code COTEL, and you guys will get a 15% discount. 15% discount. These are pretty expensive, but I promise you can actually tell a difference once you start taking them. So use that if you guys are interested in sort of optimizing your health. Anybody's looking for a book regarding the fasting periods, we're going to have the Nativity fast coming up here soon. If you want to get the Orthodox fasting cookbook to maintain your gains, use this link right here. You'll get a discount as well as a foreword by Father Moses, and that's done by Orthodox brother Seraphim Burek, who's an IFBB pro bodybuilder. And also make sure to follow the DPH Clips channel. We're going to be getting a bunch more clips out here soon. And also, in addition to that, guys, I'm going to be launching my other YouTube channel. So Dr. David Patrick Harry, if you go here, probably just David Patrick Harry. It's the old YouTube channel I used to promote psychedelics on. You see, it's at 74,000 subs. I'm going to take all this content down. All the content's going to be taken down, and I'm going to totally redo it. And I'm going to start posting religious studies content. Actually, you think, that's probably not going to do very well. Well, here's the goal. I'm actually going to make highly edited, that I'm going to do myself, recorded videos, pre-recorded videos that are only 10, 15, at most 20 minutes long, on actually very interesting topics. So I don't know if you guys saw that Diwali happened like a week ago. It's a Hindu festival. But certain towns in India actually have a poop ritual where there were people, a bunch of men actually jump in a collection of cow manure and then begin to fling it at each other in a celebration of a sort of spiritual renewal. And in many places within India, they believe that cow urine and cow feces has sanitary properties. And so whether it be the poo-poo ritual, whether it be the theology of the third temple, whether it be like African rituals where they're drinking blood right out of a cow, it's one of the tribes in Africa. I forget. It's the pretty tall. They jump up and down. What is that? Somebody in the chat's going to know which tribe I'm referring to. Anyways, they have a ritual, and I saw it when the Liver King went there. And the Liver King, they cut the throat of, is it the Maasai? Oh, Jesse, I was right. It's the Maasai. Yes, the Maasai. They have a ritual where they take like a cow and they freaking slit the throat and start drinking the blood right out of the jugular vein. I'm going to start doing videos reviewing stuff like that. Weird religious rituals all over the world. And I'm going to start doing way more debates. So this channel right here is going to be, I'm going to try to post 3 videos a week, these edited videos that are talking about very weird rituals, sex rituals, blood rituals, tantric rituals, anything that's like shocking that most people aren't aware of. Like, for example, most people don't know, when we did our video on the lie of no self, the Anatman theology in Buddhism, most people have no idea that the first Buddhist text is written 400 to 500 years after the Buddha. Most people aren't aware. So it's like these tidbits that are essentially actually apologetic arguments. And so I'm going to present shocking things about world religion, critique it from an Orthodox Christian perspective, and just make tons of videos on that, whether it be Islam's Bachabazi boys, right? I want to push the edge a little bit regarding some of the religious commentaries. So yeah, holy cow. So that and debates. Once I get back from Florida for the Athens and Jerusalem conference, but I still have to write my speech. Once I get into like mid-December, this channel should be launched. There'll be tons of new content over there. And I'm going to start doing debates regularly. So all the live debates will be on this channel. All the clips of my debates will be on this channel. So this channel will be essentially everything for my debates, philosophy, religious study stuff. And then Church of the Eternal Logos will maintain this Orthodox framework. It's more of an Orthodox apologetic channel. I got requests to speak with a bunch of non-Orthodox guys. And I think the conversation would be good, but on this channel, Church of the Eternal Logos, I've only had like 2 people who aren't Orthodox Christians on. And so I always kind of vet people. When people ask, I always ask, are you Orthodox? Just because I want this channel to be a voice for and a platform for Orthodox opinions, Orthodox expressions. But the other channel, this channel here, Dr. David Patrick Harry, that will be a place where I'm going to do interviews with all different types of people, whether they're Orthodox or not. So that's what that stuff is for, is essentially me engaging more with secular culture. And it'd be less explicitly apologetic, although I'll be very clear about my Orthodox Christian beliefs and then approach from there. So make sure you go follow me and subscribe here over at Dr. David Patrick Harry, because this is where I'm going to have tons. I plan on launching all that stuff next week. So I'm going to start recording videos and editing them sometime later this week and get a bunch set up for next week. So check that out. Metal, thank you so much, brother, for becoming a COTEL crew member. God bless you, bro. Really appreciate it. Okay, now with all that being said, let's get into today's first topic. Actually, surprisingly enough, I grabbed a Pew Research Center article for our first topic today. Did you guys, I thought this was surprising. So this came out, I was just made aware of it, but this was September, a couple months ago, September 25th, 2025. Shockingly, now 1 in 5 Americans now regularly get news on TikTok, up sharply from 2020. So thought that was pretty interesting. TikTok is primarily known for short form video sharing and is especially popular among teens, 63% of whom report ever using the platform. I don't know how much you guys have been on TikTok. My wife does TikTok. I'm not a big TikTok guy. I'm more of an X guy. I don't know if it's because I like to read as opposed like the images. Like that might be part of it. I'm more of an X. I really never, ever get on. The only time I use TikTok is to post something, which none of my stuff does very well over there. But the fact that 1 in 5 Americans are getting their news through TikTok, one is highlighting the collapse of the mainstream media. I mean, it's pretty much totally dead. And even mainstream influencers, when we get into the Fuentes Tucker stuff and looking at Shapiro's commentary, I think one of the shockers is how uninfluential Shapiro is. He's literally insignificant to the modern political discourse. Now he still has this sort of prestige. He still is a co-owner of Daily Wire. He still moves the needle, I guess, in regards to the defense of the Zionist Israel lobby. But the cultural momentum is so stacked up against these sort of traditional figures in the right-wing sphere. I think they're freaking out. That's part of the thing with Fuentes and Tucker is they're freaking out because Fuentes, whether you like him or not, I have my own criticisms. I have my own things that I totally agree with him. I think he's very articulate, clearly a sharp guy, very articulate guy. But the Stalin stuff, the Hitler stuff, it just doesn't make sense to me as a Christian. Stalin killed more Christians than, the Zionists have killed Palestinians, and Hitler, though I do agree with that they need a necessary revision to some of this stuff. The dude was deeply embedded in occultism, and anybody who's familiar with Nazism, that's why, again, I'm going to be doing a stream on Ariosophy And I'm going to kind of go over this book. Have you guys ever read this book? Do you guys know what this book is? I'll bring it up again, but this is a book that was in Hitler's personal library. It was written by Ernst Schertl, and he was like this occultist that was very interested in like sex magic. And this book was actually annotated by Hitler. It was one of his prized possessions. And that's where I want to do a stream eventually diving into all this occultism regarding Nazism, because if you're an Orthodox Christian, it's one thing to question the World War II narrative. I think that's necessary. We need that. You know, that's where I agree with what's the guy's name? Cooper, the podcast. Who am I thinking of, guys? He was on Tucker Carlson. He has a very big podcast. I was listening to his episode. Daryl Cooper. Gosh, Daryl Cooper. I couldn't think of his first name. Daryl Cooper was talking about how this post-World War II narrative consensus is like the thing that's holding everything together right now. I totally agree with that. And that's why that needs to be shattered. The post-World War II consensus narrative needs to be shattered. However, we need nuance. And just because the narrative is false doesn't mean that Hitler is the ideal of Christendom or something. That's retarded. So anyways, I just thought this was interesting. The first thing I want to show you guys is probably going to be a shocker. You guys know who Jelly Roll is? He's an American musician. Formerly incarcerated. It's kind of turned his life around, some type of Protestant evangelical Christian, but very, very influential. Has some pretty good songs. I'm going to play you a video, which I believe, and I'm curious what your guys' thoughts are. I think this is the best defense of the Fahrenheit measurement system against Celsius I've ever seen. Now you're thinking, what are you talking about? I'm talking about the fact that this video, he's like talking with two gentlemen from, I believe, Australia, and he's highlighting, they're asking him, they think that Fahrenheit makes no sense. Actually, he makes the best case that Fahrenheit is superior to Celsius, which my wife, being from Europe, hates our American systems of measurement because they're all so different. But check this out and tell me what you guys think. I'm very curious in the chat.
Okay, I can start with it. I think we have the same argument. The water freezes at 12. Okay, how the hell am I going to keep track of that?
My problem is, if I were to tell you that it was 40 degrees outside, what would you think?
Quite hot. Like in Fahrenheit? You mean in Fahrenheit?
Then what the fuck do you do with the other 60 degrees that don't do with water? Why did you base your entire weather system around what weather does to fucking water? At what point is it ever going to be over 49 degrees here? Talk to me about it. Explain that.
Okay, so your Fahrenheit
That's crazy.
If Fahrenheit had 0 as water freezing, and then 100 was still really like hot.
We're talking about water. Why? Fuck what water freezes at. Like you're looking at a lake waiting on it to freeze, motherfucker? Is that what you were doing? If I told you, hey man, if you go outside right now, 0 to 100, 100 being hot, 0 being cold, and it was 70 degrees outside, you would go
pretty warm. Okay, so you're using it more as a like.
You might be on something.
So you use it like 0 to 100, like 0 to 10, like 0's fucking cold and 100's like.
So the premise here is that the Celsius measurement system is totally based on water. When does water freeze and when does water boil? So 100 Celsius boils, 0 it freezes. Jelly Roll is making the argument. So your entire metric for measuring weather and temperature is based on the freezing point and boiling point of water, which then essentially makes everything above 45 degrees Celsius unimportant because it never gets that hot. Whereas Fahrenheit, the reason why it's at 32 degrees is freezing is because from the spectrum of 0 to 100, it's measuring what weather feels like. So the emphasis is different. Celsius is measuring water. Fahrenheit is describing the experience of temperature itself. And he's making the argument that our Fahrenheit system is actually superior to Celsius.
Like, that's fucking hot. It's like 37.
It makes me wonder what y'all need with those other 62 degrees that you base your weather system on, kind of.
Yeah, I really good point. That's actually not the worst argument I've ever heard in my life.
No one's ever explained it like that.
I was right about I'm going to spread Fahrenheit down here in Australia. If 0 degrees is where water froze, I'm talking about, you know, like you're in fucking Chicago or you're in New York, and it's like, is the ground going to be slippery with frozen ice, or is it going to be dry? You know what I mean? Like, I need to know if it's frozen or not frozen.
Big concern of yours here?
Not.
Okay.
I got nothing.
Anyways, totally irrelevant to culture and things going on. I thought that was an interesting video. I saved it from, I think, last week because, as I said, I think that's the best defense I've ever heard of Fahrenheit. My wife was asking me because she thought Fahrenheit made no sense. Like 32 degrees is freezing. And I didn't really have an explanation until I actually listened to this. And then I looked into it. Fahrenheit, the way we measure temperature, is all based on how we experience heat. It has nothing to do with a focus on the measurement of the freezing point and boiling point of water. And I was like, wow, that actually makes a lot of sense. So anyways, hope you guys enjoyed. That was a little fun one. Next thing I want to get into is all this gambling stuff, right? So I mentioned this earlier. Oh, we got a super chat. Oh, thank you very much. Total Gravity just became a COTEL crew member. God bless you, brother. Appreciate the support. Mr. Fista throws in 20. Thank you so much, bro. He says, hey, DPH, my priest was away for a triennial clergy meeting last week, so I went to my local Baptist megachurch for a laugh. I didn't get a water slide baptism, but at least 5 boomer ladies performed their laying of hands. Mr. Fista, man, you were going into the lion's den, you know? The priest is out of town for a week, and you start going to a witch's coven. That's unreal, bro. You're letting the boomer ladies lay hands on you. You know, take some real gusto. God bless you, brother. Appreciate the support. And Gorilla Biscuits gifted a COTEL crew membership. Thank you so much, Gorilla Biscuits. Appreciate that. Okay. So what I wanted to show you guys here is, if you weren't aware, so I follow sports a little bit. And this is actually big news that 30 former or current NBA stars and suspected mafia members arrested in NBA gambling case. Now, as I mentioned, Chauncey Billups is part of this, former Pistons point guard, now head coach, or was head coach. He's in jail right now. He's incarcerated. Former head coach, I guess, of the Portland Trailblazers. And he was part of these underground poker games where they were essentially using high-profile people to lure other people to poker games that were entirely rigged, and that Chauncey Billups knew was rigged. And the belief is the reason why Billups and these other people are working with the mafia is because they had already gambled previously, and that the mafia essentially has dirt on them and is not going to let them get out. And so the Italian mafia has resurged in the public eye due to this fiasco, specifically its ties to the East Coast and in Las Vegas. So anyway, here's Kash Patel talking about their arrest last week, if you guys weren't aware.
Individuals such as Chauncey Billups, Damon Jones, and Terry Rozier were taken into custody today. Former, current NBA players and coaches. What you don't know is that this is an illegal gambling operation and sports rigging operation that spanned the course of years. The FBI led a coordinated takedown across 11 states to arrest over 30 individuals today responsible for this case, which is very much ongoing. Not only did we crack into the fraud that these perpetrators committed on the grand stage of the NBA, but we also entered and executed a system of justice against La Casa Nostra, to include the Bonanno, Gambino, Genovese, and Lucchese crime families. Individuals such as Chauncey Billups, Damon Jones.
I see people in the chat already talking about Cash Pajit. I'm with you guys. I'm with you. And we're going to get into, I got a clip that we're going to be watching on some of the weird stuff about the Charlie Kirk investigation. You know, I remember when Cash first became head of the FBI, I had watched like his Sean Ryan interview and thought, wow, this guy, you know, he's a truth teller. He's not Christian, unfortunately, but seems like he's on the right side of things. Then I wasn't aware of his Israeli girlfriend who, you know, a lot of weird questions. According to one post that I was reading online, that she still lives in Israel. They essentially do a long distance relationship. Sounds kind of weird to me, personally. You know, if you're of that prestige, you have that much money, you think your girlfriend, especially if she's Israeli, you know, it's not going to be hard for her to get a visa or a passport. You think she'd probably live here with you, or maybe live in the same city at least. No, from what I was reading, she actually lives in Israel still, or at least that's her main residence. And then she travels back to the US. Very strange. But anyways, the Epstein client list, as you said, I can't believe Kash Patel. Even Dan Bongino, I just have lost all faith in these people still being truth tellers, because the Epstein client list and their reluctancy to actually address real crimes, real clients of Epstein, it kind of just shows that they're bought and paid for and they're part of the system, at least at some point. Maybe there's some type of exchange happening where if they don't go after Epstein and his client list, that maybe they're able to do other things I have no idea, but certainly is a major red flag. And I don't trust Kash Patel. And with the Charlie Kirk assassination, as we're going to watch and we're going to talk about here in a few, I just don't believe anything this guy is saying. I legitimately do not believe anything he's saying. I am becoming more and more convinced that Tyler Robinson may not even be the shooter at all. But definitely, if he is working with or coordinated with multiple other people. And Kash Patel, I don't know if you guys saw, but Joe Kent, former CIA agent, now working under Tulsi Gabbard at DNI, they began to do an investigation into foreign ties to the Charlie Kirk assassination. Now, we all know that Netanyahu immediately, Charlie's body wasn't even cold. It was like an hour after he was assassinated. And Netanyahu's already saying he didn't have anything to do with it, which, again, very strange. He's the only world leader to state, I think he said it 2 or 3 times, that he was not behind Charlie Kirk's assassination. And you're like, what a strange thing for a prime minister to say. Hey, has Matt Erickson of Kingpilled replied to you to set up a guest appearance yet? No, I reached out to him probably 4 or 5 months ago. It was before the summer, maybe it was more in the spring, and he said he was down. He had been on the channel before. And then when I asked what date and time, he just never responded. So no, I haven't reached back out yet. But I'd be down to discuss politics with him. I'm curious what his thoughts on JD Vance still are, because we're going to get into that, about JD Vance being questioned about Israel as recent. I don't know if you guys saw he gave a speech with Erica Kirk for TPUSA event. A lot of speculation about Erica Kirk and JD Vance potentially. We're going to look into those theories. I'm not saying it's true. There's just a lot of rumors going around right now. We're going to address a little bit of that, but I think JD Vance is absolutely being groomed to be the next president, and his reluctancy to criticize Palantir kind of began with the Theo Von podcast. Do you guys remember that clip where Theo Von was talking about how worried he is about Palantir, and JD Vance said, well, Palantir could be used to prevent like illegals from purchasing or operating in the United States. And I'm on record at least a year and a half ago telling you, well, let's say maybe not a year and a half, whenever JD Vance was announced to be the vice president candidate with Trump, so at least a full year ago, I brought up the point that JD Vance, one of the things he was going to do was bring in the technocratic system in the name of conservative policies and values. And he's already done that. He was talking about how digital ID would prevent illegals from operating in the country, that we could then track anybody who entered. We would have essentially no illegal immigration. And so me personally, I'm very skeptical of JD Vance. And I know he's been doing stuff that a lot of the trad right has liked. For example, he went to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre when his most recent trip to Israel, which he was also humiliated by Israel. And we can come back to a lot of that stuff. I haven't even got through the whole thing. So we'll come back to JD Vance and I'll talk all about that stuff. But yeah, I'd be happy if Matt wanted to come on. I asked him months and months ago. So let's see. Yeah, that's right. Austin DeTulio, put in your COTEL tax, guys. It is time to tithe to the church. You know, give your 10%. The Lord is watching. I'm joking. James Hart did this after the investigation. Yes, exactly. Blue Skittle. So thank you. Let's continue on here. So, I actually have something specific. Oh, here's James Harden. So yes, this is what James Harden did. This is the week that these people get arrested. So there's a 30-man arrest, all tied with the NBA and illegal gambling. And the next, that same week, it's like 3 or 4 days later, James Harden, who's considered like one of the best scorers in the NBA, and not that you guys need to know, but for context, he was projected, the prop bet was 20.5 points. So he needs a score. So you then choose, is he is going to get more than 20 or less than 20? That's the bet. And obviously the majority of the money is him scoring more than 20 points. He averages like 28 points a game. So then he goes into halftime of a game where he already has 20 points. So he cannot score another point, or anybody who bet the lower on the prop bet would lose. Correct? He goes in, he plays the second half and never attempts a shot. Never attempts a shot and never attempts to provide an assist either, which makes you think, did he just put like $100,000 on his own bet? Because that would make a lot of sense. And so here's like a graph of his nightly scoring. So a little bit of an anomaly, huh? A little bit of an anomaly. So yes, he did do that after the investigation. Now, as this says, more arrests are expected to come in the NBA's illegal gambling bust by the FBI. And this person's asking or requesting that they investigate Commissioner Adam Silver. And so if you're asking, yes, he is. Actually, the last 2 commissioners of the NBA have been. If you get what I'm saying, go check early life section. Adam Silver is the Jewish commissioner of the NBA, and then David Stern was the commissioner before him, both Jewish. And so before all this stuff broke, he actually goes on the Pat McAfee show to tell everybody, and that's where Tim Donahue right here, he is a ref that went to federal prison because he was getting paid by the mob to point shave. So if there was a star player and the game was getting out of hand, or he would start calling fouls on them. So they'd have to take the star player out so the other team could begin to catch up. Well, he admitted to all this stuff. His point, though, is that David Stern, the previous NBA commissioner, knew that this was actually widespread in the NBA and basically just blamed Tim for everything that happened. He goes to federal prison. He's now out, and he's claiming that at the time that he was operating, which was the late 90s and early 2000s, that the majority of the refs were getting paid for illegal gambling on the side during their games. So, take that what it is. But here's him discussing that recently on the PBD podcast.
Adam Silver, the commissioner of the NBA, was on Pat McAfee. You think that was intentional?
Absolutely. I think he was trying to, get ahead of the fire a little bit and talk about that they need to get gambling under control. And I think that he's going to continue to try to figure out a way to put a lid on this, but it's going to be very difficult for him because I think this is widespread. I think it's going to be very damaging to the league. And, I just received a text message from one of the FBI agents that worked my case, and he basically said that they're not going to be able to cover this up like they cover up my case.
What do you mean by that? So what's the difference between this case and your case?
I think the David Stern was able to basically put a lid on it and paint me as one bad apple, the only guy involved, and nobody else did anything but me. And, we're going to move on from it. The FBI said that there was 6 or 7 other people that they wanted to indict, and this got shut down from the highest level. And then I find out, after I go to jail that, a guy by the name of Greg Andres, who was the head of the Eastern District of New York, took a job at a law firm and all of a sudden got all the outside legal counsel work for the NBA. So, it was a situation where David Stern really ran that whole investigation, and it got shut down by the, highest level people in regard to other people being involved.
Tim,
the point that I use that clip is it makes you think, has the commissioners of the NBA known that they've had a gambling problem and that their games were rigged, not only by the refs and the players, but by coaches since the time of David Stern? Again, interestingly enough, both very prominent, successful Jewish men were being told that this whole illegal gambling operation was run by like 4 Italian mafia families, and they had essentially entrapped all these NBA players through their own gambling. And I was watching one interview with a former NBA player talking about how people get swept up in this. And he was saying that these NBA players, they go to strip clubs after games. They're flying around all these cities. Well, who owns the strip clubs? The mafia. So then the mafia gives them the strippers they want. They get the experience. These basketball players spend a bunch of money in their clubs. And then they'll say, hey, you guys want to play cards? You like to gamble? And then they'll get them in a game. And then they'll get these guys to owe them hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars. One story that I heard was like a player that had lost like $50,000 one night with the mob, going to these strip clubs, then participating in some of this illegal gambling. And he said, typically, you know, the mob would try to collect that, but that's not what they wanted to do with these NBA players. So they would say, oh, no, you know, pay it back whenever you can. Then they invite them to another game, and then another game, and then another game. And then pretty soon the player is now in debt for $500,000 to the mob. It's sometimes over $1 million. And this is why it's believed that Chauncey Billups got caught up in all this illegal poker games, is because he already owed the mob. And so he began working for them in regarding to recruiting more dupes to participate in these, more marks to participate in these games to keep the fraud going. So, yeah, I was going to play this quick video. This is the last thing I have to do with all the illegal gambling stuff, but it's an interesting little conspiracy theory here. So I'm not endorsing. I don't even fully know who this guy is, but I saw on sort of Black Twitter or Black X, this video was being circulated. So I went and found the YouTube video of this guy talking about the death of Kobe Bryant. So some of you guys remember in 2020, he was flying his helicopter with his daughter and had a tragic accident, killing both him, I think 2 other people, and his daughter in a helicopter crash. And there's been tons of speculation about the timing of Kobe's death, because apparently he had told people that he was going to expose this illegal gambling scheme that sort of is operating within the NBA itself, and how it's tied with pharmaceutical industries. Apparently, according to this guy, Kobe was already aware about the COVID vax that was going to come out and was wanting to speak out against it. Apparently, the Prince of Saudi Arabia and Xi Jinping of China were going to give Kobe $1 billion so that he would create an alternative basketball league to compete with the NBA. And so the theory here is that the same NBA, who we've just described, is now busted and was made aware. And one of the interesting, Adam Silver, so the current Jewish commissioner of the NBA, did an investigation on Terry Rozier, the player for the Miami Heat that just got arrested. And it's now come to light that Terry Rozier was betting on himself and his team. So if they knew that somebody was injured and wasn't going to play, or was going to be on the bench but not going to get minutes, that wouldn't be reported. Then they put a bunch of money on bets. He bet on himself about like how much time he'd play, how many points he'd make. And there's all these now videos you look back and like, dude, the guy's clearly like deliberately missing shots. He's faking injuries so that he'd be pulled out of the game, wouldn't play rest of the game. And so that's why the guy got arrested. But this gentleman here is saying that same NBA with that same commissioner who Kobe played under, he played under both David Stern and Adam Silver, that he was going to expose the NBA for what it is. And that's why then China and Saudi Arabia wanted to basically give him $2 billion to create an alternative league to rival the NBA, and that the NBA and the powers and the mob that are operating actually had him killed. I don't know if that to be the case, but that's what this gentleman's making the argument for. So here I'm going to play this section. We're only going to play like, I don't know, just a couple minutes of it. We're not going to watch the whole thing, but he lays out a very interesting argument.
We'll definitely get into that. But in the history of slavery, well, next time I'm going to come back, I would love to come back. We'll definitely get into that. But with Kobe Bryant, he was snuffed out because he was going to expose the entire pharmaceutical industrial complex, beginning with the NSA Therapeutic Corporation, Acorn, and high-tech pharmaceuticals, which are owned, not Acorn because they're defunct now, which are owned by the Novartis AG Group out of Basel, Switzerland, who is heavily involved in the design of COVID-19, okay? And so when you look at the Novartis AG Group, who does the drug testing for the NBA, and Kobe was set to receive 2 checks for $1 billion each. Why? President Xi Jinping wanted Kobe Bryant to create a rival league that will rival the NBA. Adam Silver didn't want that. Mohammed bin Salman of Saudi Arabia,
MBS.
right, that's it. Good friend of Kobe Bryant, wanted to present Kobe with $1 billion check to create a rival NBA league against Adam Silver. Adam Silver didn't want that. Shortly before Kobe's death was the passing, okay, of the former commissioner of the NBA, David Stern, who was set to testify before Congress regarding the NBA's connection to organized crime and gambling. So Commissioner David Stern dies, and then here comes Kobe. One of Kobe's best friends, actor Chadwick Boseman of the Black Panther,
Died of cancer.
died of cancer, okay? An aggressive form.
Some would say even turbo cancer.
Turbo
right?
cancer, yeah. And I have a contact in the Los Angeles Coroner's Department that a woman that I know, good friend of mine, Nigerian, she said she believes that Chadwick Boseman was poisoned, which propelled the cancer. That sounds like a Hollywood movie. Why would the deep state do this? Because Chadwick Boseman, along with Nipsey Hussle and Kobe Bryant, wanted to leave the system. And Kobe Bryant created a company called Granity Studios. Granity. Now, the term granity means graphene. Graphene, like graphene oxide, an element within the COVID-19 vaccination, COVID-19. So Granity or graphene, Granity Studios. So you get people, like David Geffen. You get people like Steven Spielberg wanted to contribute money for Kobe Studio. Granted, he said, no, I don't need your money.
I don't want to be controlled.
I don't want to be controlled.
And he won an Oscar.
He won an Oscar. That's it. You see? And now you got this counterfeit like LeBron James, who has that Boule logo tattooed on his chest. LeBron James has that Boule tattooed on his chest.
What's the tattoo?
Yeah,
what
the Boule tattoo. If you go to Google Images and type in LeBron James chest tattoo, LeBron James chest tattoo, or that Boule, B-O-U-L'-E, tattooed on the chest of LeBron James. Half male, half female, half lion with breasts, with his right paw on an urn. You are in that they keep the ashes of.
You're actually right.
That's it. You see? So LeBron James is a Prince Hall Mason, has that Boule tattoo on his chest. It's amazing, I know. And so, and I'm going to say this, when LeBron retires, his number would be called 2, okay? This is how the deep state, he thinks that he's just going to retire, and that's why he doesn't want to retire. And so that tattoo is tattooed on LeBron's chest. The former NBA player, Dwayne Wade.
Correct. Oh,
he's
messed up.
Yeah, messed up. His son, Zion, is now called Zaya. Okay, this is how these black folk do, not just black people, but people within the system. To go to the next level, you have to sacrifice something. This goes back thousands of years during the time of the pharaohs. If a man wanted to have access to Pharaoh, he had to sleep with the male magician. If a woman wanted to have access to Pharaoh, she had to sleep with the female magician. If a parent wanted their child to see Pharaoh, that child had to sleep with a male or female magician. Nothing has changed. In the rap industry, to go at a certain level financially, you have to be what we call butt broken.
Humiliation.
That humiliation. And to your powerful listeners, this goes back into slavery, right? The transatlantic slave trade.
Anyways, we'll stop there. But again, I'm not aware of this guy. I saw this video going viral, or at least tons of people on Black Twitter, or what was referred to as Black Twitter, Black X, whatever you want to refer to it as. They were sharing this all over the place after these gambling allegations and these arrests occurred. So just for, me being your guys' chief news correspondent here doing the COTEL drama alerts, I thought, well, got to give the full context. So for whatever reason, this was kind of a popular video people were talking about. Now, next thing I want to get to you guys about is the EBTs and the SNAP program. Oh, thank you very much. NGM Studies throws in $10, says the tax is yours, Caesar. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Give to Caesar's what is his. Tithe. This is your opportunity to do your weekly tithing for the Church of the Eternal Logos. So thank you so much, MGM Studies. Blue Skittle says, have you seen the video of Gary Payton III freaking out when the other team hit a buzzer beater to cover the spread? No, I haven't seen that. Oh, wait, you're talking about Gary Payton. Yeah, his son, right? And he was on the bench or something. And you can see, I think I know what you're talking about, Blue Skittle, is he was actually playing. He was on the bench of the game. And you can tell that he had some weird reaction when he should be like upset. He kind of looked like happy, like he had bet on the game of some sort. I think I know what you're talking about. Shout out to Jack, the guitar god. Throws in 5, says, dad joke. Women over 36 need to stop having children. 36 children are more than enough. Yeah. Well, actually, it's funny you said women in 36, because one of the stories I'm going to be bringing up here right after this is Thomas Massey just got remarried. Some of you guys may be familiar with the Kentucky Congressman Thomas Massey, former MIT engineer, very sharp guy. I tend to agree with most of his stuff, but there's been some stuff that he and Rand Paul, like with the deportations and trying to give like citizen rights to illegals and that they have to go to trial to be deported. It makes me scratch my head. Like, what? Rand Massey? Why do we need illegals to have to take up space in the judicial system? That doesn't make any sense. Clearly, the Bill of Rights are for Americans, not for illegals or foreign nationals. I've been thinking that's a little bit weird. It's a little bit weird that they're so caught up on that. Anyways, Thomas Massey just got remarried to a 36-year-old woman. His wife of 30 years just passed 1 year ago. So I saw a lot of people celebrating that, and, congratulations to them. It is a little interesting, though, that he remarried after his wife had died only a year ago. Apparently, he proposed on the Capitol steps where they had their first date. They both worked for Rand Paul, beginning when she was 26 years old. That towards the latter years of his wife's life, when she was sick, she would come over to the house. Apparently, that she was, according to one article I read, prep for today, they were friends. But there's a significant age gap there. Again, he met her when she was 26. He had to been, I guess, 40s by then. How old is Thomas Massey? We'll have to look that up. So we'll get into that in just a second. Tyler Bedford throws in 10, says, JD Vance's Skull and Bones. Skull and Bones work with Zionists, argue over the spoils. Skull and Bones wants power over Gaza via U.S. Military protection to build AI supercomputer. Search Bunting Cloverleaf map. Their map of power. Oh, I totally believe that. Like I said, I do not have confidence in JD Vance. One of the things that's weird to me is, as a Republican, he got a Netflix movie deal for his book, like Hillbilly Eulogy, something like that. it's like, why would Netflix put money into JD Vance for his book to make it a featured film? I don't know. Just seems like a convenient way to really elevate his status. Of course, he got elected right after that. So, no, I'm totally with you, Tyler. I do not have faith and confidence in JD Vance personally. Let me just check the dono chat real quick. Nothing came in over there. Okay. All right. Moving on here. So let's get into the EBT stuff. So EBT SNAP program is shut down along with the government shutdown that's currently going on. One of, as I mentioned in the opening of today's stream, one of the things I think everybody needs to be aware of is it's essentially come out that only 30% of EBT SNAP recipients are born in the United States. This is according to a 2025 Personal Finance Wizards LLC. It shows a demographic breakdown of who receives EBT. You can see white Americans are 8.6%, Black Americans are 24.9%, and Native Americans are 27.6%. Those are the only American-born categories in this graph. All these other ones, and this is what's scary, how many Afghans have been brought into this country, right? We know that Somalia is taking over Minnesota. I mean, they have an entire district in Minneapolis. That's how Ilhan Omar is in power, or at least has her seat. But my God, look at these: Afghanistan, Somalia, Iraqis, Dominicans, Caribbean, Puerto Ricans, Cubans, Arabs, Cambodians, Haitians, Pacific Islanders, Hondurans, Armenians, Bangladeshis, Moroccans, Mexicans, Guatemalans, Nicaraguans, Ethiopians, Jamaicans, Palestinians, Salvadorians, Vietnamese, Ecuadorians, Pakistani, Peruvian, Colombian, Israeli. There's more Israeli-born citizens getting EBT and SNAP benefits in the United States than white Americans. There's more Filipino, Nigerian, and Chinese people receiving EBT and SNAP benefits than white Americans. So pretty interesting news coming out of this whole program. And even though I've been hearing people, sympathize with the fact that people are going hungry, there's the very viral meme of this white girl saying that black people said they're going to start stealing with EBT shutdown. And then it said, start ? So that was kind of making its rounds on social media. But legitimately, there's all these videos of people that are upset that their SNAP benefits are getting taken and claiming that they're going to steal from the stores. They're going to steal from white people, this type of thing. Now show the chart of demographics and taxes. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly RIP. That's exactly it. It's totally flipped. It's totally flipped. Right? So as whites are here's an interesting thing. I was reading that out of EBT recipients, they did a poll, and among white Americans, so white American-born citizens that are on EBT and SNAP, they were like the only group that favored EBT and SNAP shutdown as long as it was for everybody. So all the other groups were upset, but I forget the name of the article or what I was reading. But anyways, it was not totally shocking, but I thought it was pretty interesting is that the only one was the white American-born category. They said, yeah, if nobody's getting it, we're totally in favor of shutting it down. We'll figure it out. And so interesting stuff. But like this highlights everything. This is why, I've been hearing even Orthodox clergy kind of discuss why we need to have sympathy for the 42, so essentially 43 million people that are getting their groceries paid for by the taxpayer, 30% of which are actually American born. Vast majority are Native Americans and in the black community. Well, This tweet right here shows exactly why it's really hard for most of us to have sympathy regarding this. I get it. People are struggling. I get it. I understand. I don't want, children to die from starvation or anything like that. But let's just address some elephants in the room. One, half the people are probably more. The majority of people are overweight. They can't afford groceries, but they're using EBT and SNAP. They're getting $3,500 to $5,000 a month. Sometimes it's an unlimited level. I'm going to show you a video of one woman that goes to Walmart, does her EBT thing, and basically is able to get anything she wants. Exactly. EBT holders spend double on their grocery bill than the people paying for it. Well, that's what's so funny. As I watched the video today of a woman, this was an older black woman, I would guess in her late 40s or 50s. And she was upset saying, I can't believe they're taking the EBT. Do they not realize what they're doing? And she ended by something like, we're having to use cash to pay for groceries. And I thought, welcome to the world that everyone else is living in. We all have to use our cash to pay for groceries. But like this woman right here, look at this. Everybody was asking me why I'm a single mother of 5 at the age of 26. If y'all was really smart, you'd understand kids is the biggest hustle out here. I don't clock into no job. I let Uncle Sam and baby daddies cut me a check every month. 5 kids, that equals 5 bags. Food stamps, free rent, free health care, and child support on top of that. My bill's paid for before I even wake up. Everybody keep asking why I have 5 kids, because every single one come with a check attached. My life's secured while y'all stressing over 9 to 5s. Don't be mad at me. Be mad you ain't catch on to the hustle. So this is exactly why it's hard to have sympathy for a lot of these people. Now, according to Elon Musk, in fact, I should have pulled this clip up. I didn't even pull it up, but I can summarize it. He argues, which I actually think is probably the case. So, again, we don't know the sincerity of this, but we're told that Trump is frustrated with the deportation numbers. I'm frustrated with the deportation numbers. I think most Americans are frustrated with the deportation numbers. They're not even close to being enough to make a serious dent into the official number of 40-some million people, right? That's the official number. It's probably, I would assume, 50 to 60 million people in the country that are here illegally. I would guess. Whatever the official number is, I would add 10 to 20 on it. That's just me. Maybe I'm wrong. But the idea here that Elon was putting forth, which I think is the case, is Trump is trying to figure out a way to get people to self-deport. And if he can continue the shutdown by essentially what we're told and what is the case is that the Democrats wanted the government to continue to fund the EBT, the SNAP, and housing for illegal aliens, all this different stuff. And that was like the one crux issue. And apparently the Trump administration said no. And this is what has led to the shutdown. Well, for Elon, he thinks this was strategic for the Trump administration because the fact that 43 essentially, it's 42.9 is what I saw as the official number. So 43 million people on EBT, only 30% are Americans. So 70% of them are illegals or at least immigrants. The idea is they're going to want to leave. And so if this shutdown can continue through Christmas, I mean, I think that's going to make a significant dent in people just being frustrated and unable to live here and get all the benefits that they're accustomed to. So that's where I get some of the clergy that I've heard speak. I get why we need to have sympathy for them, but I'm pretty much in favor of the EBT shutdown. I think what they need to do is shut it down for like 3 or 4 months, maybe 5 or 6 months, and then cancel everybody's account and force people to reapply and only allow Americans that qualify and limit what the EBT can be used for. So I watched a video of this black woman at a liquor store, and she was saying exactly what I'm saying. Like, she was upset because she doesn't get EBT. She doesn't get SNAP. She like owns a liquor store. And she was talking about how she sees all these black women come into her liquor store and they sell their food stamps, essentially, for getting their nails done, their hair, buying new clothes, stuff like that. And she's like, no, we need to shut this down. She lives in the ghetto. She sees it all. And she said, no, these people out here are just hustling the government, and it's making everything worse. They need to go 4 or 5 months without EBT. They need to figure out, get their lives together and figure things out. So the 10-year plan to eradicate welfare entirely, 10% reduction every year until it's done and gone forever. Well, I get that, Moldy Apple. I think we need social service programs. I'm not against welfare for people who really need it. I'm not against financial services for people who really need it. However, to your point, our system is so screwed up. We got to totally revamp the system. So I'm with you. A moratorium on EBT for like 6 months, force these people to figure things out, and then force everyone to reapply and make sure no illegals or no, recent immigrants. Like, that's the thing. My wife just came here. I had to go through the K-1 visa process. I had to show the government every financial detail of my life. And then I had to make the case that I can support my wife for an extended period of time. Now, we had to do that as people that went through the system and paid for everything. I mean, we spent probably $10,000 in the process for everything. And I didn't pay for a lawyer. So that's as if you're a good, U.S. citizen, you do it the right way. Now, my wife's coming from Germany, and she is of Russian ethnicity. So she's mixed German and Russian. They're Volga Germans. Now, we get no assistance. And if my wife was to go on EBT or food stamps after immigrating, it would nullify her visa. But all these foreign groups, from the Afghanis that are 50% of EBT, they get to come here and get immediately on EBT and food stamps. Like, how the hell does that work? That is bullshit. That is absolute BS. That you are, the whole thing is you are punished if you do anything the way you're supposed to do it in the United States. I have to pay $10,000. I have to wait 2 years. I have to, we have to go through medical exams. They have to do a financial audit of my stuff. I have to show them my bank accounts. And I have to do that 3 or 4 times. And yet illegals or even, let's say these Afghanis were brought here illegally. They get to go on food stamps as soon as they get here. How is that fair? It's just that's where it's like, I just have no sympathy. Like, shut the whole thing down, send them all back, make them reapply for citizenship and visas and all that stuff. Yeah, I know. I should have just said she was Arab. I should have just said she was a Muslim Arab trans woman, so that she was actually a man. I should have done that. The government would probably paid for her immigration if I did that. Yeah, it's supposed to make you mad. It does, dude. It does. You do anything like according to the system, the way you're supposed to do it, the legal process, and you get hammered by the government. But if they came here, I mean, when my wife was doing the K-1, it was during the Biden administration when we first applied. And so we got accepted during the Biden administration. Well, during that administration, the illegals that were coming over, as you guys know, were getting housing vouchers. We're getting $5,000, $10,000 Visa cards and $5,000 EBT and food stamp cards. And it's like, well, shit, why didn't I should have just drove down to Tijuana, met my wife there, and just crossed illegally into the United States, and then she'd make money. It's crazy, dude. Yeah, the process is the punishment. It seriously is. It just makes you so angry with the whole thing. Ugh, man. Oh my gosh. Silent just threw in a generous $100. No comment. Silent. Thank you so much, brother, for that generous support. God bless you, man. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thomas throws in 20, says, this is the issue I've been having with my priest. A couple weeks ago, he gave a homily on the demographically vulnerable. I understand we need to have sympathy for the poor, but the system is FUBAR and needs fixed. No, I totally agree, dude. I don't know anything about your priest, and I do not want to speak ill of any clergy or hierarchy or anything like that. And I get it. I get it as a Christian. Like we are called to feed and clothe and provide medical care for the poor and the least among us. That is what our calling is as Christians. I totally get that. But I don't like the moral rhetoric that is tied to a system that is totally corrupt and is being taken advantage of, and then we're being demographically replaced. Like, I wish some Orthodox clergy would speak more direct. I get it. It's not about racial supremacy. Like, we can't be racial supremacists because God created all people. And I think each people have a unique dimension to each of their cultures and their people that I think Orthodoxy can save and can vivify in the light of Christ. But it's like, come on, guys. Like, I get it. We're Christians, but can we not like actually do radical changes to try to take back the country? And I feel the same way. It's like, I get it. It's sad that the people are on EBT. It's sad, but look how the system's totally game. I mean, look at this woman's comment, right? Watch, like, this woman right here. We're not going to play the video, but she's crying because she's a nurse who's getting her SNAP benefits taken away. Meanwhile, she's literally bragging on social media about going to the latest LA Chargers game. And it's like, what are you doing crying on TikTok about SNAP benefits when literally the week before you're bragging about going to NFL football games and getting great tickets? Like, come on. And there's another video here that I want to show you guys. I'm sure it's not this old woman here, this account, but that's pretty funny. Maybe it is. Claire Foster, PhD, anti-extremist, says people should be allowed to buy fentanyl with SNAP EBT. Funny. But dude, like this right here, this is why it's hard to have sympathy for these people.
They can get whatever they want. Hold on, let's go do a test run right quick.
So she puts in her EBT food.
We got our test run. Here, y'all. Now let's go shop. Y'all can get whatever y'all want. Come on, let's go. Oh, come on. Wait. Come on. This is how it's looking right now. And we're not even halfway done, y'all. I found these cute little things for their snack time. I think they'll like these. I ain't never bring these kids with me no more.
Mom! Why?
That Maui, wowie. All right, Johnny, you got two. Robbie, get one more. One more. Pick between those two. Pick between those two right here, buddy. Hurry up. All right, come on, let's go.
That's all we need.
Going back to Honolulu just to get that Maui, wowie. That Maui, wowie. 2 boxes of pea. Let's get it. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's go. All right, she ought to put in the bucket, so put those back.
That's a good stuff. That's Mom, this kind of muffin we have at school.
They gonna try these little cute things in their lunch. If you get it, I'm gonna make you eat it. Get it. Come on, put it in the bucket. Y'all knew I was not leaving here without my crab legs. Bye. We checking out cart 2.
I have never once gone to the grocery store and had 2 carts full of processed food. I mean, yeah, that's not even real food. I mean, look at the junk they're buying, and all of that you and I are paying for through our tax money. Yeah, it's a little bit difficult to have sympathy for the system. Yeah, it's a cart 2. Yes, that is cart 2. She has 2 full shopping carts of junk food, literally telling her kids, get whatever you want. We got the EBT card. And I mean, just get nonsense junk food. Oh, yeah. I mean, it irritates me too. Anyways, you guys get it. Oh, okay. I didn't even know what that meant. Fubar, effed up beyond all recognition. Yeah. You gotta keep me up to date on the lingo. I don't know what the kids are saying out here. I didn't know what fubar means. Yeah, I just get so mad too. It's disgusting. Yeah, and she's poisoning the kids. Look at the junk food that they're getting. It's all processed crap. It's none of it is like wholesome food that it could actually provide nutritional value for the children. It's just yuck. Jet throws in $5. Thank you so much, Jet. God bless you, brother. And the good Godfather throws in 5, says state entitlements are the replacement of the church for secularism. No, it absolutely is the case. It absolutely is the case. You know, historically, that like this is why I would be in. This is where if we actually made the claim that the church would provide, I'd be in favor of doing away with all social services for the federal government. I mean, initially in America, that's what it was. It was the churches that were providing financial aid in certain circumstances, but certainly food, clothing, sometimes shelter for people. That was the role of the church. And that's why the government didn't have to get involved in it. But with the decline of the, you know, essentially the Christian civil society in America, everything's so fragmented and secular, you know, daddy government comes in and fills that role. The breaking up of the nuclear family, the entitlement programs, both for basically all incentivizing women. So whether it be divorce courts, EBT, I mean, we looked at the black woman saying why she's got so many baby daddies and 5 kids, because it come with a check. I got 5 kids means I got 5 bags. And if the church, I mean, that's where I think this is actually a potential opportunity for the Orthodox Church, that if we did get more engaged civilly and actually provide for our communities, we're going to convert way more people, and we can actually have a footprint in American culture. One of the problems with Orthodox Christianity is we don't have hospitals. You know, here in Indianapolis, they got St. Vincent, St. Francis, Catholic origin. Now, are they still Christian? Very debatable. But you got Methodist. You have the Methodist hospital. I don't know of any Orthodox hospital. There may be a couple in the United States, but we need more hospitals. We need more philanthropic organizations that invest locally in community, not this global stuff, right? Not going and building wells in Africa that can't even operate after 2 years because they're not kept up. No, local engagement, just focusing on local community. I think that'd be a huge thing for us. But you look at our secular societies, you know, back in the day, the tallest building was incredibly important and symbolic of what the society worshiped, right? And historically, it was the church. The church's steeple would be the highest point in a town or city. Well, what do we worship now? Banks? I mean, almost every major city you go to, the tallest building is some skyscraper that's dedicated to a bank. I mean, in Indianapolis, it's Salesforce, and it's Bank One, it's Bank of America. I mean, you go to most, and that's what our cultures worship. And so where the church once stood, it's these corporations now stand. And I know that's kind of a leap in regards to the symbolism of the tallest building in a city, but I think it's quite indicative of where we're at collectively. I mean, it is the corporations, and it really is behind the corporations. It's the banks, right? Why is it that every commercial is an interracial couple? It's because the banks give them loans and incentives, financial incentives. You know, why is everything about climate change? Why is everything about, you know, gays and transgenders? Well, it's because the central banks, really. And so, yeah, thanks, Rothschilds. Exactly. Yeah, Orthodox nepotism for the win. Seriously. You know, yeah, Salesforce just sells our online. Exactly. Thank you, Chris. And that's exactly it. Well, that's the tallest building in Indianapolis. That's the tallest building in the state of Indiana, Salesforce. And before that, it was Bank One. You know, and you just drive downtown, it's like Bank of America, First Financial, Wells Fargo, Bank One. It's the same thing. It's sad. And those are the gods of contemporary society. Let's just be honest. Okay. Next topic. So here is a new, what's her name? Candidate Mickey Sherrill. She's a gubernatorial candidate for New Jersey, is telling you that if she gets elected, so this is really going to ensure your vote, that you as a parent will not be able to opt your child out of the LGBTQ propaganda courses.
Should parents have the right to opt their kids out of LGBTQ-related content in the same way that right now they can be removed from sex ed and health curriculum classes?
Look, I believe that parents have the right to oversee their children's education. I would push an LGBTQ education into our schools. Parents have a right to opt out of a lot of things, but this is not an area where they should be opting out, because this is an area of understanding the background of people throughout our nation. And right now we see, for example, at the Naval Academy, an erasure of history.
Steve Sweeney, should parents have the right?
So I'm sure that really won over the hearts and minds of a lot of parents, that if she becomes the new governor of New Jersey, you will not be able to. I'm really supportive of parents having the choices about the education of their children, except when it comes to sodomy and gender transition and the mutilation of their genitalia. I really don't think parents should have any option regarding that in their children's education. I mean, what? My early life senses are tingling. I'd be curious. I mean, unless she changed her last name, Cheryl doesn't seem like it doesn't seem like it would be, but I could certainly see it. I'd be curious. Somebody get back to me, Blue Skittle. Let me know, what do you find any connections? Is your spidey sense on point? I'd be a little curious. So anyways, not super important, but just thought it'd be worth showing. Of course, the big one, I really don't want to spend much time on this. I don't even like seeing this guy's face, but Mamdani, the Islamic, they titled himself a socialist. Some people call him a communist. I thought what was interesting is he went on MSNBC Morning Joe and was asked about making groceries free, because that was one of his campaign promises that he was telling all these dumb people in New York, that he's going to lower grocery prices and he's going to make groceries free for the community. And then when MSNBC asked him about it, he's like, well, I'm going to lower prices. And so he's already admitted that he's not going to make them free. But you know, here's a video of a woman votes for him as mayor of New York City. Ask, can socialism work in New York City? She says no, and yet she still voted for the guy. I mean, this is a perfect example of maybe why the 19th Amendment was an error. But
we're on one, right? We would say, sure, pull out, and we will take over your grocery stores. Right?
Oh, I wanted to show you this. So here's a communist that just voted. This was from yesterday. So this is a communist who voted for Zoran yesterday, and it didn't, just so dumb. The grocery company, or wherever the grocery store chain that they have there in New York City, I'm not even sure which one he's referring to, but they threatened that if Mamdani becomes the mayor of New York City, that they're going to pull their stores. They're going to shut their stores down in New York City. And this guy is so dumb and so delusional. He thinks that they'll just like close up shop and they'll be able to take over the grocery stores and just sell all the produce and all the products inside the grocery store themselves. Listen to this idiot.
The grocery store capitalists, which have quite a powerful lobby, right? One of the grocery store bosses, he said of Gristedes, right? He said that he was going to pull out of New York City if Zoran won, right? We would say, sure, pull out, and we will take over your grocery stores, right? And we will use them for cheaper groceries, and we will take over the entire food industry, because that's something that can be done if the working class is organized.
What an idiot. What? No, bro, that's not how it works. The food doesn't just magically appear in the grocery store, my man. And if a grocery store chain pulls out, they're taking all their products with them. So good luck. I mean, you can go create your own grocery store. I know it's going to be doomed to failure due to his communist ideology, but I mean, how delusional are these young people? I mean, how retarded? They're going to take over the food industry because the grocery store chain is going to pull out of New York. No, bro, you're not going to have a grocery store. That's what's going to happen. You're not going to have a supply chain. And if the truckers are in favor of the grocery store, they're just going to not deliver stuff. I mean, where are you going to get the money? It's just, these people are so delusional. It's unreal. Yeah, exactly. Eggs come from cartons and steak is grown in straw foam. Duh. I mean, how much lead do you think is in the New York water supply? Seriously. Yeah, Bernie Sanders. Great, Kristen. Bread lines are good because that means they have bread. God, we are so doomed. We are so doomed. Oh God, it's hard not to be black-pilled. New York's gone to complete shit. Yeah, it absolutely has. It just blows me, and I get it, right? So, was it David Hogg was on CNN or something? I saw a clip, and he was trying to make the argument that the reason Mamdani is so popular is because he's appealing to the frustrations and sentiments of the younger generation, which I think is true. I absolutely think it's true, and that's where I think like the Trump administration could actually make real gains by talking about the problems with student debt crisis instead of like, Lindsey Graham telling you, oh, you took the money out, you got to pay it back. Well, the whole thing was rigged. It was all about indentured servitude. Nobody can pay back their student loans. Like you're just becoming a debt slave. This is a feudal system, essentially, that we're under if you go through college, right? And most of our boomer parents thought that, you go to college, you take out the debt, and you're going to get such a good job, you'll be able to pay it back. And nobody can. I talked with a medical doctor, and he's not going to be able to pay. He went to medical school. He is a working medical doctor in the hospital. He won't even be able to pay off his student loans until he's almost 50 years old. It's like, what are we doing? What are we doing? But the Trump administration, like that's where it's like the Republican Party is like, come on, we got to appeal to the sentimentalities of the young people. And that's where I think the frustrations is leading to young people. They're just so dumb that they think that the socialist rhetoric and the communist utopia somehow is going to solve their problems. It's unreal. It's like, no, we need the Republican Party to actually like wake up and actually deal with real issues. Trump keeps saying grocery prices are going out. No, the hell they are. No, they're not. Come on, Trump. No, they're not. Like he was promising gas would get down to like below $2. When? I'm still waiting on it. Come on. Like stop just with the rhetoric. I remember when he first became president the second term, he was talking about gas was like $2.15. I haven't seen it. Have you guys seen it? Have you guys seen gas at $2.15? I haven't seen it. Yeah, Survivor Foe says, bro, it's still $3.50. Exactly. What? Like, come on, Republican Party. Like, wake up. What are we doing here? So, anyways, I just thought that was of quick interest there. This one's a little bit more funny. And this, so you can already see it from this meme here. Urgent, woman nearly dies after discovering she has to take responsibility for her actions. This is a bit of a montage of all these former prostitutes, harlots, porn stars, OnlyFans girls beginning to wake up that actually it's not so cool. And now they feel subjugated and sexually assaulted based on the glances of men because they have 200 hours of pornography on Pornhub. And so this was kind of going around, and I think the reason why women get L's like this is I don't follow a lot of like the Twitch world and a lot of the like the Aiden Ross type stuff, but there's this girl named Sky Bree apparently, and she has I have no idea, some type of OnlyFans, or she did porn for a while. And now I guess there was a video that I saw going around recently where she was on the Bradley Martin podcast, the bodybuilder. And she was talking about how she's quitting porn and OnlyFans because she regrets it because of how it's affected her relationship with her parents and how she feels demeaned by it now. And it's like, well, obviously, my God, you were selling photos of yourself naked for how many years? I mean, well, like, surprise, surprise. So this is just a clip of all these porn stars. This is like within the last 3 years of all these former porn stars, like being upset with the choices they make, but somehow it's men's problem. It's not the fact that they chose to do it.
The stares I get, I feel like people can see through my clothes, and it brings me deep shame. It makes me feel like it makes me feel like I lost all right to my privacy, which I did because I'm one Google search away.
Sometimes you'd like this.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's not much to keep private. You've literally done hardcore pornography. It's all over the internet. This is the Lily Phillips, I think. There's another girl. It's like, I can't tell the difference between Lily Phillips and Bonnie Blue. I have no idea. They look like the exact same person to me. I can't even tell a difference. Whichever one slept with 100 dudes, that's who this chick is, right? And to make it even worse, this chick's mother is her agent. I shit you not. This woman's mother is her agent and helped her book some of this stuff. And this is her. It was like a Vice interview or something. It's just a clip. And mind you, she went back to pornography right after this. Okay. Well, she slept with like 100 guys in a day. I mean, absolutely disgusting. And I mean, she looks like she's on the brink of death right now. And she's talking about how basically she blacks out and she can only remember 10 people she slept with. And
associate and be like, you know, like it's not like normal things at all. In my head right now, I can think of like 5, 6 guys, 10 guys that I remember, and that's it. If I didn't have the videos, I wouldn't have known I've done 100. You know.
When people ask me if they should do porn, I tell them no. It makes dating really hard. It makes your family life really hard. You have to be okay with being shamed every day of your life. I don't even want to have children because I do porn, because I'm worried of the way that people will treat my child.
When I go out, I feel.
But again, is this just the difference between a man's brain and a woman's brain? Are men just conditioned to think more about consequences? Because if you act up amongst other men like you're going to get smacked, you may get in a physical altercation. How that last porn star, how did you engage in porn for years at a time and never think about how it would affect a relationship, your children, family, and friends? Like, what? You didn't think any of that before you did it? What? I mean, do their brains just not think of consequence? Like, do they not project long term? Can they not think beyond 5 to 10 years? Obviously, if you just, I mean, it just takes a couple seconds. You think, oh man, wow, what if I got paid to do pornography? And then the next thought immediately it comes in my mind, gosh, what if my friends and family saw that? God, that'd be humiliating. Yeah, I'd never do that. Immediately, you know, how do you do hardcore pornography for years and like come to the realization 5 years later, like, oh my gosh, don't do it. You're going to be shamed. Yeah, you're a harlot. It's going to affect your children and your family and your, yeah, obviously, obviously. Yeah, women live in the now. I mean, it's true. And I think because they're more emotional creatures, maybe that's beneficial with children and maybe certain social circumstances. But my God, you know, all these girls doing OnlyFans, that stuff lives forever. I mean, how do women not get it? It's just, it's mind blowing, really. Bitter Klinger throws in 10, says Nashville is expensive. Here's a few shekels for your trip. Thank you so much, Bitter Klinger. Really appreciate that. Guys, all the money being raised today is helping me get down to Nashville and then turn around and drive to Florida for the Athens and Jerusalem conference in Palm Coast with Dyer, FDA, Metropolitan Joan, and Father Vladimir. So if you are able, support my work, you enjoy some of this content or previous content, if you're able to support, I'd greatly appreciate it. If anybody's feeling generous out there, can we give some COTEL Crew memberships? Can we get some gifting of some memberships going here, guys? Can we get a membership train? Cosmic Dump Sauce throws in 5, says, love these types of general news / culture streams. Do more of these for sure. Will do, brother. Yeah, I get a lot of people that say they like these more relaxed, free-flowing conversations, kind of covering what I find is interesting news topics. I mean, it may not be the latest or hottest news, but things that I think should be brought up for the Orthodox audience. Thank you so much, Gorilla Biscuits, the only one who took up the mission of gifting some COTEL Crew. Thank you so much, Gorilla Biscuits, for the second gifting of a membership. Really appreciate that. Dude, 4 chariots. You forgot to hit the like button? Bro, what are you even doing, man? All right. Let's finish. We're only halfway through this video. We still have another half of these porn stars saying the obvious.
As if I'm wearing slut across my forehead. The names that people have called me, it's as if you could take out those names and print them and put a ribbon around my whole body of all the names and things that people say to me on the internet. That's how I feel when I walk outside the door. There are days to weeks at a time where I don't leave my house because I don't feel like facing the world. I want to be like you.
I mean, how can you blame society when she's I walk out in the world and I feel like slut is written across my forehead? Well, if I don't even know who that chick is, but if she's some famous porn star, newsflash, lady, you are a slut. I'm sorry, that's just the way it works. You know, maybe you're pro slut, you're like the Amber Rose, you're against slut shaming, but at least Amber Rose says she's a slut. You know, if you did porn and you're upset because people think you're a slut, you should have thought twice. Here's some other chick. I have no idea who this is.
Grow up. No, you don't. Please don't tell your mother that you don't really like me. Love you, but do better than me, okay?
You don't see the bruises all over the woman's body after an abusive scene and her crying and feeling like if she hadn't done the scene, she wouldn't have gotten her paycheck.
Well, yeah, she probably wouldn't have gotten a paycheck, but why are you even doing scenes in the first place? Come on, ladies. Gosh, dang. And then this video is talking about OnlyFans. I thought this was pretty interesting. It kind of follows up and builds upon what the last thing we just saw. Check this out.
This is now the backbone of the American economy, and this is the guy who runs it, and it's good. OnlyFans is by far the most profitable company in America. The company generates $156 million per employee. Compare that with all these other companies that we think of as powerhouses like NVIDIA, the chip maker, or Alphabet, Google, Walt Disney, Walmart. Not even close. And so just think about the implications. What happens to society when we have an economy built off of getting normal people to do and consume adult content? Well, first we get mass loneliness, where men are dropping thousands of dollars on OnlyFans to just feel some kind of human connection with women. And on the other side, the girls are getting their soul sucked out of them. This particular creator says that she feels dead inside, doesn't feel any attraction to men anymore. Yeah, men and women don't want to have actual intimacy anymore. Look at the numbers. Only 37% of adults are having sex weekly or more, compared to 55% in 1990. In fact, the lack of social connection is more deadly than smoking 15 cigarettes a day, or drinking, or not working out, being obese, and much, much worse than air pollution. And just to top it all off, the #1 donor of AIPAC is the CEO of OnlyFans. Okay, Leonid Radvinsky, the billionaire owner of OnlyFans, according to internal documents, he and his wife pledged $11 million to AIPAC, the most of anyone listed.
I mean, is Iran a bigger threat, or is OnlyFans?
That is a great question, Tucker. You guys let me know what you think.
Obviously, you know, that it's very interesting. We all know that OnlyFans is the largest contributor to AIPAC, the Jewish political lobby in America. And isn't it interesting that a rabbi owns Pornhub? Interesting. It's almost like it's part of their religious duty or something. Mr. Fista, thank you so much, brother. Gifted a COTEL Crew membership. Really appreciate you. Tyler Bedford, thank you for becoming a COTEL Crew member, brother, and thank you for your support, man. Mr. Fista gifted another COTEL Crew membership. Thank you so much, brother. And Austin DeTulio not only tithed today, but also gifted 5 COTEL Crew memberships. Austin, thank you so much, brother, for all your support, man. I truly appreciate that. And Mr. Fista gifted another one. Thank you for the 3 gifted memberships, Mr. Fista. Truly appreciate that, my man. All right, next item of business here. This is the wedding. So this is who Thomas Massey just married. And did you notice that Thomas Massey stopped wearing glasses? I think I know why now. He was dating a 36-year-old. So I tried to look up anything I could find about this woman. It's her name's Caroline Grace Mofa. I'm not sure. They first met professionally over a decade ago, so that put her at 26. We need to figure out, how old is Thomas Massey? Not that I'm shaming him for being with a younger woman. I have a 12-year age gap with my wife. But it is strange that his wife he's 54. Okay, so that's a 18-year difference. Okay. It's not unreasonable. I'm not going to shame the guy for that. But his wife of 30 years died 1 year ago. And I'm not even saying one can't marry after your wife dies. Typically, Orthodoxy would, I think a traditional priest would say, if you're 54 years old or 53 and your wife of 30 years passes away, it's probably God's providence for you to devote yourself to celibacy and the Lord and your spirituality a little bit more than seeking another partner. I also know that, for certain people, maybe their passions, finding another spouse, maybe that's more spiritually beneficial for them. That's the call of a priest to decide the context for that individual. But what are your guys' thoughts on this? I saw some mixed reviews from people in the comment section. A lot of the big names were congratulating him, and God bless him. I don't wish ill on either one of them. But what do you guys think? Do you think it's appropriate to remarry a year after your wife dies? What are your guys' thoughts on that? How do you feel? Sus. He's got a lot of love to give. Yeah, that could be it. Gorilla Biscuits. It's strange, and I was looking up, and it was like People article, I forget, because I wanted to know more about it. I was curious how old she was, because you see the photo. He's no longer, he wears contacts now. Compare him to this. Here's him previously. That's when he was with his wife. Looks like he's lost some weight. It's got the little extra beard growth going on, got the contacts in, got a haircut. I mean, he definitely looks better. Was that because he began dating her? I mean, I think a year is kind of quick after a 30-year marriage to begin dating someone that you knew professionally a decade ago, was working under Rand Paul. I don't know. I'm not even condemning it. I'm just curious what your guys' thoughts are. Let's see. MGM study says, I don't think it's appropriate. Is she remarried? No, she's never been married. She's never been married. So I looked up that. This is her first marriage. So again, I'm not even against it. I'm just curious what your guys' thoughts, because I was, again, looking at the comment section, and it seemed like some people in the right wing were conflicted on how they felt about it. But he took peptides, in my opinion. So I don't know. It's probably not good, but I'm happy for him. Yeah, me too. Like, I don't have any ill will against him. But anyways, okay, next one. That was a point of order for this week. Okay, now let's get into the main juicy topic everybody wants to get into, and that is the Fuentes Tucker Carlson interview. I got a couple clips we're going to go over, but I thought this little graph was pretty interesting. So Ben did a 41-minute response video yesterday, Monday, and that was in direction towards basically castigating all of Tucker, Fuentes, anybody associated with them as being anti-American, pro-Nazi, pro-Hitler, white supremacists. And so you're seeing the Levins, the Ted Cruzes, the Ben Shapiro's, basically all the arch Zionists of American politics go directly at Tucker Carlson. And I would say the response to the Tucker Fuentes video has been almost less directed at Fuentes, even though when we watch these Ben Shapiro clips, his whole thing is talking about Fuentes. But from what I'm seeing on X, it's like more people are upset with Tucker. Again, it's like the Levins of the world. These people aren't incredibly significant to our culture. I mean, they're essentially irrelevant. I would argue Ben Shapiro is essentially irrelevant. And this post shows it, right? So it's showing that his response video condemning Tucker and Fuentes got essentially 19,000 dislikes. I'm sure it's over 19,000 at this point. 24,000 likes and a little over 500,000 views. Whereas Tucker's interview with Fuentes only has 5,300 dislikes. Maybe it's 5,400 now, 55. And then it has 236,000 likes and over 5 million views. And this is why they're upset. This is absolutely why Levin and the Randy Fines of the world, the Ted Cruzes are so upset. I mean, Ted Cruz, what was his last trip to Israel, was talking about how I can't even post on X anymore. I could say good morning and immediately the comment section is going to be filled with anti-Semitic hate. It's like, bro, you've said that your sole allegiance is to Israel. Like, really? So this is one of the important clips. There's two clips that I thought were high points of the conversation. I thought Fuentes did really well in the interview and he came off likable. He was articulate. And this one is where Tucker actually talks about the threat of Christian Zionists. And this, I think, has upset these Zionists more than anything, is because we've already talked about the mass generational difference in regards to support for Israel. I mean, Israel's stranglehold on American politics is one boomer generation away from dying. And that is not hyperbolic. That is literally just the statistical numbers. Once the boomers are gone, and especially once Gen Xers are gone, I mean, Zionist support in America will be what, 25% of the country? That's about it. So doesn't mean the people in these institutions are going away. They're going to fight like hell. And that's what Mark Levin, said recently, that he's going to fight like hell against the Nazis, like Tucker Carlson and his ilk. No way on his watch are they going to let them take over America. And it's like, bro, you've already lost. And every time Mark Levin opens his mouth, he makes it worse. Same thing with Shapiro. So here's a little clip from the Fuentes Tucker interview where he's directly calling out Zionism as arguably one of the greatest dangers in American politics.
You explain Mike Huckabee, Ted Cruz, and there are a lot like that. John Bolton. I mean, I've known them all. George W. Bush, like Karl Rove. I mean, all people I know personally who I've seen like be seized by this brain virus, and they're not Jewish. Most of them are self-described Christians, and then the Christian Zionists who are, well, Christian Zionists. Like, what is that? Right. And I could just say for myself, I dislike them more than anybody. Because like, what? Because it's Christian heresy, and I'm offended by that as a Christian. That's why. So I don't like. Why not? Like, I'm pissed at the neocons. Very pissed. I've said that a million times. I've been mad since December of 2003 when I went to Iraq. And so like I went and asked straightforward questions to Ted Cruz, because that seemed like he was a sitting senator who's like serving for Israel by his own description. He seemed like a worthy target. I'm not going after MTG, who's like the most sincere like, why not go after Ted Cruz? I don't understand.
And so what was followed up is Tucker then led this line of inquiry, basically building a bridge between him and Fuentes, saying, look, I hate the Christian Zionists. I hate Zionists in general. I think they're incredibly dangerous for the country. But that's where he was going, is I don't attack MTG. Joe Kent was another one that he brought up multiple times. In the point of criticism, and I think to some degree it's fair, is that Fuentes often attacks people on the same side of him. And he doesn't say it explicitly, but it kind of is implied in some of his response. Is, he had been talking about the Jewish issue or the JQ or the problem with Zionism for the last decade, and it's cost him banking and it's cost him his privileges on social media. And then he sees somebody like Candace Owens, who now speaks openly about it and is able to do it on YouTube. and it irritates him. And I can totally understand that, rightfully so. But is it just me, or do you guys also you think there's some legitimacy to the question of why Fuentes attacks so many people that are so similar to him and his ideology? You know, one of the things that I've noticed, like and maybe this is just, it is the other people, I don't know. But like people like Owen Benjamin and Nick Fuentes seem to have very difficulties, or very, very strong difficulty maintaining relationships with people. I always see that as a red flag. Like, can you maintain relationships with somebody for long term? Like just buddies, just friends. And it seems like those two individuals in particular seem like they have difficulty maintaining a friendship with somebody for long periods of time. Do you guys see that same thing, or am I just kind of viewing it? War Mapping says everyone Fuentes attacked him first. But do they really attack him? I mean, and really, do you respond to everybody who has something critical to say about you? Seems a little bit unhealthy. Because he works for the CIA to draw people out like a moth to a flame. Well, I mean, Tucker kind of brought that up in the interview and compared him to David Duke. Maybe that's the case. I don't know. It seems pretty compelling. Fuentes' case for him not being in the CIA. I mean, I could see why it looks like he's a Fed. I could totally see that argument. And he does make a compelling case that he's not a Fed. And that was the next one that I have, actually. The next clip is them telling each other, I thought you were a Fed. I thought you were a Fed.
You were a Fed. I was
I thought you were a Fed.
I was a Fed.
Yeah.
I'm not a Fed. But whatever, I don't care what people
Yeah, we showed each other a badge as we know well.
No, but I thought you were a Fed because I was like, why not? It's not cucking to say you're not talking about all Jews when you oppose a foreign policy position. It's not. There's nothing liberal about that. It's just true. That's the Christian position.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And two, why are you attacking like the best people and not the worst people?
Well, yeah, I mean, again, he disavowed me for my views on Israel and said I talk too much about white people and Christianity. And to me, that's like a sincere ideological disagreement.
I get it.
And, you know, same thing with Marjorie. Marjorie fired my guy. She disavowed me. And, you know, and you worked with Blumenthal on that article, but you called me on the phone and we talked.
I mean, I was like, what? From my perspective, this is all so stupid and inside baseball and whatever. But for the record, I was like, first of all, who is this kid? I'm working in Fox News. I'm aware there's an internet, but I'm more out of it than you may.
Well, this is interesting too, because I feel like Tucker's contradicting something he said previously. Do you remember? I believe it was in the Candace Owens interview, the last Candace Owens interview she did with Tucker, that he said he didn't even know who Nick Fuentes was. That was a month ago. And why I find that interesting is because he just said when he was working at Fox News, he had to look into Fuentes to figure out who this kid was, which seemed to contradict what Carlson said previously. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But I thought Carlson made a comment. Yeah, maybe it was hyperbole. Clontar, fair enough. Maybe he was just saying I didn't know him because he didn't look into it too much. Oh gosh, Ali Akbar. What is that guy doing? I have no idea what Ali Akbar is up to. So Ali, the pedophile that worked with Fuentes in the Stop the Steal campaign after the 2020 election, turned out he was hitting on Ali Alexander. Yeah. Ali Akbar Alexander. That ends up he was hitting on a bunch of the young groypers and was like trying to lure them into homosexual activity. Fuentes claims that he wasn't aware of it. I think Jordan, his former friend, tried to claim that he was aware. I have no idea. I'm not even going to make an opinion. That's why I don't really have super strong opinions about Fuentes. The only thing that I viscerally disagree with him on is like the promotion of Stalin and Hitler. As I said, I don't know how any Christian can view Nazism, not saying that the narrative is wrong. As I said, we definitely need revision regarding the World War II narrative, but Nazism is like deeply embedded within pagan occult ideas and ideology. So I don't know. I just don't get it. And as an Orthodox Christian, anybody who promotes Stalin or thinks Stalin is cool just kind of gets under my skin. Stalin is no. He condemns them morally. Okay. I don't watch a whole lot of Fuentes. I do not watch any of Fuentes' regular streams. The only thing I catch are some of the clips online, and I did watch the whole interview with Tucker. So he doesn't promote Stalin. Well, he definitely said in the Tucker interview he thinks Stalin is cool. That's literally in the interview. I watched it. And he said multiple times, I've seen clips, like just go on X and put in Nick Fuentes and Stalin, and you'll find clips where he's like acting like Stalin was a really cool dude and a strong national leader. He clarifies it. But there's nothing cool. There's not much to clarify, dude. Stalin's like the biggest murderer of Orthodox Christians in history. He said the Holodomor was an accident. It wasn't an accident. It was not an accident. But I don't know. Again, that's just, yeah. Yeah, I would say Stalin is indefensible, but again, I don't have a strong opinion. I think Nick Fuentes is articulate. And again, my case today is that he's absolutely entered the mainstream. This is why Ben Shapiro is absolutely freaking out. Anyway, let's continue our clip and we'll get to Shapiro's reaction.
Appreciate. And I'm like, out of nowhere, attacking this one. I had Joe Kent here to my house. I did this interview with him, and I'm always in search of a sincere politician. Don't have to agree on everything, but I really believe sincerity is the whole game. If someone's heart is pure, he will be brave. I always have thought that, and it's turned out to be true. Marjorie's a perfect example. And that's all that matters. If you're afraid inside, if you're weak inside, you will crumble when it matters. So I really felt like, wow, Joe, don't agree with him on everything, of course, but I was like, this guy is really sincere. He's like a good person. And then you show up and you're like, he's a CIA officer, and he was a CIA contractor, but like really like crush the guy. And it's like, why of all people, you agree on 90% of stuff, that was my view. And I was like, well, clearly this kid's a Fed.
Right. But you didn't know the whole story.
I didn't. You're absolutely right.
And look, and now that, and I'm not trying to be combative. I think
Go ahead. You're hurting my feelings.
Here's what I'm trying to say is, now that Marjorie is pushing in the right direction, I absolutely support everything she's saying. And I've not been critical of her at all this year.
No, I would love to see that as well. Shapiro would never do anything with Fuentes. But I think that battle's already over. Like, Shapiro is irrelevant. He's absolutely irrelevant.
Yeah, because I think that what she's doing is extremely courageous, and I think you're right. She is sincere.
So it sounds like you're, not to put words in your mouth, but your life experience has left you so stung by the Republican establishment. You don't trust anybody, it sounds like.
Well, no, these people attacked me when the rules were different, and now they got better, and now I'm good with them. I'm willing to be good with them, but I think that I don't know if Marjorie still has a problem with me or not.
And I will say, Marjorie Taylor's been doing great recently. Not only has she been critical of Trump, and rightfully so for some of the stuff he's doing, but she's been very outspoken against AIPAC and Zionism, which I love. We need more congressmen to do that. So, again, that's why the politics thing, I think it's just, you don't need to be on a team. But I think the problem is when, like, for some of the Fuentes supporters, is you can have a criticism of Fuentes and still like a lot of his ideas and the way that he articulates things. But I feel like if you voice any criticism of Fuentes sometimes online, you just get back like so much feedback as if like you're afraid of the Jews or you're controlled opposition. And it's like, no, I just disagree with this particularly, but I actually admire, him on this issue. He does this really well. And it just seems like there's too much tribalism. And that's kind of the problem. But in a way, the tribalism has helped fracture the Zionist stronghold on the right. So in a way, it's kind of been providential, right? So because of the Groypers, because of this sort of tribal fever on the right of Zionist, non-Zionist, it's kind of benefited in shattering the Overton window. But I think it's just a little unhealthy. I've seen some of the young people, if you criticize Fuentes a little bit, like all of a sudden you get labeled these things. It's like, no. I actually, like, dude, the point you think I'm upset with is not the point. I'm not a Zion. It's like this thing. It's this thing over here. And so I just think we as Orthodox Christians just don't be on a team. I'm not on Team Trump, but when Trump does something good, like I'm going to show you about him threatening Nigeria, dude, that's a cool thing. That's based. I'll flip to it here in a few. But if you didn't know, Trump basically warned Nigeria that he was gearing the Department of War to potentially do a land invasion of Nigeria to protect Christians from Boko Haram, the radical Islamists. And immediately you get like the Rand Pauls say, this is ridiculous. The president shouldn't be threatening, military violence against another nation. But I'm kind of for it. It's like based. Hey, the president of the United States says America is going to defend Christians around the world. Now, I don't know what form of Christian they are. I'd imagine it's some sort of Protestantism. I know Pentecostalism is spreading like wildfire in Africa because it allows them to mix some of their African pagan animalism with Christianity, and the charismatic dimension of Pentecostalism allows them to go into these altered states, which doesn't seem very Christian, but it's one of the reasons why Pentecostalism is growing like wildfire in like Central and South America and in Africa particularly. But dude, Trump said, hey, Nigeria, you have 1 week that no more Christians should die. And if you allow them to kill Christians, we're coming. I think that's pretty based. That's pretty based. I'm not with, the Rand Pauls. Oh no, the president shouldn't. No, hell yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. Pentecostalism is spreading like crazy. It's Central, South America, and Africa. It's because Pentecostalism can be shaped regarding these pagan, shamanistic, animalistic. When I mean animal, I mean animalism, right? It's a form of paganism, form of like animal spirit worship. You can mix that with Pentecostalism and call yourself Christian. It's not about Christianity. It's about China. Could be. Even if animism, even if it's about, even if it's about China, I still enjoy the rhetoric. I still enjoy the rhetoric from the president saying like, America is going to defend Christians around the world and we'll use our military. I mean, is it going to happen? Probably not. No, absolutely not. The U.S. is not going to invade Nigeria. But I think the rhetoric is in a nice place. Do they handle snakes during worship? Dude, they do wild stuff. Go search YouTube right now. It's going to derail my stream, but on your own time, go on YouTube or social media and search like Pentecostal, Africa, possession. Like, dude, it's wild stuff you'll find. They get into very strange altered states. We should prioritize no, I totally agree with that. Absolutely. It's just, exactly. It's a step in the right direction. I mean, when's the last time America had any rhetoric that the military industrial complex, which I'm not in support of, but even if it, it does exist, but even to use rhetoric that is going to be used to defend Christians, I think that's pretty good. Justin Mayer said, don't knock snakes. There's a miracle of snakes around icons every year. All right. So here's Fuentes. This is actually pretty funny. This is him responding to Ben Shapiro, which we're going to play right here. This is some of the Ben Shapiro stuff. But before we play that, I'll play Fuentes' response. Actually, let's play Shapiro first. So here's the two Shapiro clips.
Tucker Carlson's laundered anti-Americanism. Republicans think it's trash. Independents think it's trash. Democrats think it's trash.
Not the case at all, right? I just showed you the numbers. Like, it's not even close. It's not even close. So Americans think it's trash. Republicans think it's trash. Conservative or Democrats think, no, they don't. No, they don't at all, bro. It's actually the exact opposite. That's where all the energy is.
Americans are not pro-segregation, pro-rape, anti-woman, pro-child marriage, anti-black, anti-Jew, anti-Indian, anti-Latino, anti-Constitution, pro-Hitler nutjobs like Nick Fuentes. And Americans are not pro-Putin, pro-Iran, pro-China, pro-Venezuela, pro-Hamas, pro-Fuentes, pro-Tate idiots like Tucker Carlson. They hate this vile garbage. If Republicans decide to cower before the likes of neo-Nazis and their propagandizers, they deserve to lose. And they will lose.
I can't help it, but you guys see his book, Lions and Scavengers, The True Story of America. Oh, I'd love to get the true story of America from Ben Shapiro. I wonder who the lions and the scavengers are. That's what I mean. This guy is totally irrelevant now. His opinion means absolutely nothing. It moves zero needles in culture.
Neo-Nazis and their propagandizers are not Republicans. They're not America First. They're not MAGA. They sure as hell aren't conservative. These people aren't to my right. They're not attached in any way to the fundamental principles of conservatism. And these people have already declared themselves to be my enemies. I'd be a fool not to take them seriously. If they get their way, they will hollow out the Republican Party, lead it to electoral catastrophe, and empty it and the country of any semblance of decency in the process.
The irony is it's becoming more popular than ever, right? So this fearful warning, oh my gosh, all these anti-Zionists and anti-mass immigration proponents, and they're so pro-Christian. I mean, they're going to hollow out the Republican Party, and it's just going to be a carcass left, and nobody's going to support it. It's going to be electoral night. No, actually, the exact opposite is happening.
My answer is no. No to the Groypers. No to their publicists like Tucker Carlson. No to those who champion them. No to demoralization. No to bigotry and anti-meritocratic horse shit. No to anti-Americanism. No. This is our country. This is our conservative movement.
Doesn't it sound like you can replace our with Jews or Zionist? This is our Zionist party. This is our Zionist country. No, we will not let non-Zionists in our party. That's kind of what he's saying, right? I mean, that's essentially what's being said in between the message in between the lines here, reading between the lines. That's really what he's getting at.
And I will not stand by while it is handed over to those who betray the most fundamental principles I've spent my entire life defending and advocating.
Zionism. Right? Judeo-Christian Zionism. That's what he spent his life advocating for.
That is a path to defeat and a path to moral oblivion. I reject it because if we lose the right, we will lose to the left. And either way, we'll lose the country.
No, if the right keeps going in the direction it is, there will be very, very little of the left. I mean, all the young people are moving in that direction, especially the men. And then the girls that get boyfriends, the whole graph where the boys and girls of Gen Z are women becoming more liberal, men are becoming more conservative. Well, now the women, it's actually stopped and it's going back down. Even the girls are becoming a little bit more conservative in the last 2 years. So no, bro. No, he's freaking out because they have lost all cultural momentum now, and the Zionist support in America is it's in its last days. It's in its death throes. It's going to die relatively soon. And then here's the montage he put together to make Fuentes look bad. But a lot of the Groypers, I just thought it was funny. Again, this is where I actually take umbrage with Fuentes. I don't think Hitler's cool per se. I think he was an occultist. I think he's a much more interesting and complex figure than the modern narrative. But dude, it's deeply embedded into occultism. It's not Christian, right? I don't think you can be Christian and be pro-Hitler. You can be Christian and be a World War II revisionist. Absolutely. But anyways, it's still funny though. And so a lot of the Groypers considered this like a highlight reel.
Fuentes is a Hitler admirer and a Holocaust denier.
Buddy, it's Führer Friday. It is Hitler Friday. Shut up. It is Heil Hitler Friday, nigga. Heil Hitler. All my niggas, Nazis.
Hitler was a pedophile and kind of a pagan. It's like, well, he was also really fucking cool. So, you know, time to grow up. We're not children anymore. Am I right? Am I right? Am I right, boys? Am I right? Let's go. He was also really fucking cool. It doesn't really sound correct to me. Wait a second. It takes 1 hour to cook a batch of cookies, and you have 15 ovens, probably in 4 different kitchens, right? Doing 24 hours a day, every day for 5 years. How long would it take you to make 6 million? I don't know. It certainly wouldn't be 5 years, right? The math doesn't seem to add up there. The math doesn't quite seem to add up there. I don't think you'd result in 6 million, maybe 200 to 300,000 cookies. And I think the Red Cookie Association said something like that, probably 200 to 300,000 cookies baked, probably. And in addition, you know, in this hypothetical, I imagine that if you took aerial photographs over the kitchens, you would need to see certain smokestacks to release the smoke from baking the cookies. And the smokestacks would project certain shadows, but I guess they're not visible in the aerial photographs taken over the kitchens. Moreover,
Okay, so this clip, that's funny. That's funny. I honestly think from the clips I've seen, like I said, I don't watch a lot of Fuentes, but he actually makes me laugh sometimes. He has some pretty funny stuff. But the whole cookie mathematics, that's funny. That's funny.
if you look at the soil texture, it's really not deep enough for mass cookie storage underground.
I mean, it's like, I get what Ben Shapiro is doing that, and maybe he thinks, like, I could see why he would think, if the world was still 2005, why that makes him look really bad. Again, I don't like the whole the Hitler thing myself as an Orthodox Christian, but I mean, that last clip, the cookie clip, was funny. That's funny. Like, Ben, I'm sorry, you don't have you don't have your finger on the pulse of culture right now. No, yeah, he's definitely making a point. He's definitely making a point. You know, you start running the numbers, and you're like, that didn't make sense. And then you start seeing that, you know, Theodore Herzl was talking about 6 million Jews dying in like the 1890s before even, you know, right at the beginning of the Zionist project. And you see the 6 million number like just all the time before the Holocaust. You're like, interesting. Interesting. Okay. So here is Fuentes' response to Shapiro, which I think is hilarious. The point where he did 40-minute show with no ads. Like, I watched this clip. That's why I kept it. As it legitimately made me laugh watching this. So Fuentes is kind of funny.
Today, it was like a full-fledged Fuentes Updates clip show. It was like America's Funniest Videos. One clip after the 40 minutes, no ads. That's how you know they mean business. When Ben Shapiro turns down the money from the advertisers, when Ben Shapiro doesn't do, let's say, 50 ad reads in a 50-minute video, that's how you know they mean business. He will literally do an ad read at a pro-life march in person. He will give a speech in real life at a pro-life march about abortion, and he will stop and do an ad read for ZipRecruiter.
That's so funny. One, it's so freaking true, and it's hilarious, and it feeds right into stereotypes. That's the point that I think the poignancy of the joke and how accurately it not only describes real actions by Ben Shapiro, but it then plays into a massive stereotype is hard to ignore.
But when you're talking about anti-Semitism, there's simply no time. There's no time. We mean business, because this is something we really care about. No ads. 40-minute video. And about 50% of it was just my clips. Fuentes says, Fuentes that he's a Nazi, sexist, Holocaust denier. Whoa, you're sounding like, you're giving me like Bill Maher or Rachel Maddow. What is this? I thought Shapiro was against SJWs. Now he sounds like one of them. I thought he was against liberal tears and cancel culture and Safe spaces. Now you sound like one of them. So first, Nick Fuentes said a sexist thing. Then he said a racist thing. Then he said a Nazi thing and an anti-Semitic thing. He's a white supremacist. It's Hillary Clinton. Racist, sexist, homophobic. It's literally the basket of deplorables clip. And so we'll go through, we'll talk about his little response. And I say little because he doesn't get views anymore. It's pathetic.
It's true.
Candace Owens is doing 10 times.
Dude,
what is she?
Candace Owens, I haven't been following her a whole, I don't really follow her closely. I did follow a bit of the Brigitte Macron thing, which at least the last thing I saw online almost seems like she's vindicated. That essentially the French IRS, the tax department of the French government had Brigitte Macron listed with male pronouns, and it was it was under like Jean, the male brother's name that Candace was highlighting. I forget what the middle name was. It was Jean something. But pretty much validated what Candace, and I was kind of skeptical. I know Fuentes was skeptical. He thought Candace was like going off the deep end. Actually, it seems like there's something there. But anyways, I totally digress. I just saw the other day, she did something. It got me thinking about the Charlie Kirk assassination. She had 140,000 live viewers live streaming her show. This was like last week, like last Friday or Thursday. I just happened to see that she was live, and I was stunned. I was stunned by how much live engagement Candace Owens gets. Good Lord. She literally had 130,000, 40,000 live viewers on a live stream. So her engagement compared to Ben Shapiro isn't even close.
She get 2-3 million views on a video. He's lucky to crack 500,000. And he's on YouTube. He's got millions of subscribers. So we'll talk about his littlest show, the clip show about me, and that'll be our show. We'll talk about each of these things as they're developing, and we'll get into what it's really about, of course. At the end of the day,
Candace Owens dropping private messages with Charlie Kirk talking about rap I didn't see that. I did not see that. There was, again, I feel like I'm out of the loop because I don't stay up with a lot of these people's streams or their content. When something comes on my radar, I may go back and watch something, but I didn't see that. I did see one where she was talking about some of the text messages with Charlie about some of the Jewish donors to TPUSA and stuff like that. I didn't see anything about rap. But yeah, somebody said, Marissa said she may have the highest right-leaning show. I mean, based on live viewers, I thought, and we actually have a clip right. Next one is Steven Crowder, because I was kind of surprised that Steven Crowder's also on the attack against Tucker Carlson, which I thought was interesting. I like some of the stuff from Steven. I know that he's friends with Andrew. Andrew Wilson's a good friend of mine. So I would assume Steven's probably on the right side of a lot of things if he's friends with Andrew and they've talked privately. So I was kind of surprised to see that Steven went with this whole like critical narrative of Tucker. But from my understanding, Steven Crowder had the largest conservative live stream online, at least in America. But I'm blown away by Candace Owens' engagement. Like, I mean, just regular. The last 3 days, or last 3 times, I should say, because I don't follow it and I didn't even watch them. I just saw that she was live. Last 3 times I saw she was live, it was over 100,000 people. And one was 140, it's like 147,000 people were live. That is insane. That's insane. That's bigger than most mainstream like news outlets. And then it's on replay because once it's done, it's public. She may have the biggest conservative show right now. Do you guys think that Candace has the biggest one? I mean, I'm blown away. On all numbers on YouTube are fake. You think that Candace Owens' numbers are fake? It could be. I mean, she is crushing though. I mean, in regards to the algorithm and the engagement, she I think she may have, if the numbers are legitimate, she has to have like the biggest show. That's not even including her podcast or whatever other platform she's streaming on. I don't even know if she streams on Rumble. I have no idea. Yeah, Tucker is big, but even Tucker, when he did his he did the live stream for like the Charlie Kirk memorial where he had Father Josiah on. I think that like live viewers was like 40 some thousand, because I caught the live part right before Father Josiah went on. I didn't catch the beginning. I think I was in a meeting or doing a live stream, but I caught the end of Tucker's memorial where he had Father Josiah. I think that was like 40,000 live. I mean, Candace is doing 140,000. Asmongold. I know that name and I saw a clip, but I don't watch that guy. He seems like it's more of a Gen Z Twitch audience. Am I getting that right, Bitter Klinger? I know of him, but I've never watched his stuff. Marissa said, I mean, she gets no less than 1 million, at least within 24 hours. She's the only one who isn't on Trump's payroll to push the leftist tranny shooter narrative. Yeah. No, I agree. I agree. He's the gamer streamer. Okay. Yeah, he's Twitch. Yeah, that's what I thought. I do not follow anybody on Twitch. I know the names, like the black guy, Kai Sanat. Is it I Show Speed or something like that? Aiden Ross. Those are like the only names that I can think of that come to mind. Jack, is there like a Jack Dougherty or something? I saw a video. He was with Wes Watson, something like that. I don't know any of those. Asmongold is a Twitch autist. He used to agree with his liberal chat years ago, but we showed him reality and he now speaks truth and has reason. Oh, good. I Show Speed is on YouTube. Okay. See, I'm totally way off. Hassan Piker. Yeah, that was Twitch. Didn't he get like banned for like a day or something recently? XQC, Hassan, etc. I don't even know who XQC is. Fuentes gets record numbers for every channel he is interviewed on. Well, I suppose that's because a lot of people probably hear him speak for the first time unabated, and him just able to defend himself. Like, I thought the Tucker interview with Fuentes went really well. I don't see a lot of the criticism there, other unless you're just a Zionist. Now, I don't think, is Crowder a Zionist? I don't think Crowder's a Zionist. So I'm going to play this response from Crowder, but I was kind of surprised that Crowder took the angle that was really critical of Tucker for this, but maybe there's something behind the scenes. I'm not sure. And from my understanding, Crowder did have the largest conservative live stream podcast. But anyways, this was and this is him quote tweeting the clip that we watched. This is the full video. So this is the full 41-minute, 39-second video of
Security
of Ben Shapiro, doing his whole shtick. And so here's Crowder. You guys tell me what you think.
But let me first clarify what should not be a disqualifying factor. And I don't see some of these people there understanding this. Interviewing controversial figures should not be disqualifying at all. Whether it's Nick Fuentes, whether it's Vladimir Putin, whether it's Sergei Lavrov, whether it's Dugan, who we interviewed, Jeffrey Sachs, or Clint Howard, the lady nun.
I get it. I don't know who Clint Howard is. I'm sure it's a joke for people who got that reference, but that's an Orthodox nun. I know it's George Stephanopoulos' sister, but I don't know. I guess a soft spot for Orthodox monastics. I thought the interview that she did with Tucker was really good, talking about the Holy Land and the persecution of Christians and really speaking truth about Zionism and the way Jews treat Christians in the Holy Land. But okay. He runs a comedy show. Fair enough.
I was like, wait, what?
These are not disqualifying factors, nor are bow ties or recently becoming enamored with fly fishing or even putting bow ties on the fish that you fly.
So we thought it would be interesting to take a look at a contemporary, modern-day 2024 Russian grocery store 2 years into sanctions. Here we go. So I guess you put in 10 rubles here, and you get it back when you put the cart. Oh, he discovered Aldi. Yeah. So it's free, but there's an incentive to return it. Come on.
Trader Joseph Stalin's.
Unicorn and mini mills. All right. And we all came in around $400, about $400. It was $104 US here. And that's when you start to realize that ideology maybe doesn't matter as much as you thought. Corruption. If you take people's standard of living and you tank it through filth and crime and inflation, and they literally can't buy the groceries they want, at that point, maybe it matters less what you say or whether you're a good person or a bad person. You're wrecking people's lives in their country, and that's what our leaders have done to us.
Well, what about Russian leaders literally imprisoning people for holding the wrong political perspectives, or the fact that
Well, you know, with regards to that one, I'm not a pro-enlightenment, like democracy person. So in my perfect world, we'd live under an Orthodox monarchy. We'd be 90% homogenous, depending on where we're at in the world. You know, same for Japan or an African nation. And we'd have blasphemy laws. And so I'd be okay with people, if they were spouting opinions that were contradictory to the church. Yeah, I'm not a free speech absolutist. I was at one point. And if we're in the context of American liberal, you know, neoliberal America, 21st century technocracy, and centralized control structure, republic / you know, democracy. Everybody wants to say, oh, we're a constitutional republic. No, I get it. But are we really? Do we really have a federalist system anymore? It's all screwed up. Anyways, in the American context, yeah, I'm pro free speech, because that's the only way I think we have superior ideas, so we can win in the battlefield of ideas, in the battlefield of debate. I think orthodoxy is going to come out on top. I'm not afraid about the conflict with the contrary opinions and paradigms, but in an ideal future, I'm not against authoritarianism per se. You know, I would rather be in like an explicitly Orthodox Christian country that takes serious our faith and protects it. Yeah, we have an oligarchical system. Yeah, you could say that. But I don't know. I'm personally not in the American context. Yeah, I'm pro free speech. In an ideal future, if we had an Orthodox nation and we arrested people that, you know, were promoting Satanism or promoting abortion or trying to promote LGBTQ stuff to children, yeah, they should be arrested. I'm okay with that. Of course, we don't have a Christian nation like that. We don't have a government that is informed by the double-headed eagle, by the church, in tied with the monarchy. No, I get the parentheses, guys. I'm well aware.
60% of all Russians spend at least half of their income on food because of how poor they are. It should give you pause if someone simps for Sharia law.
Sharia law is bad, Seth. I don't know if you've heard that. It's bad. It's worse than what's happening in New York and Detroit. It's just bad.
Correct.
I don't know why. You should know, Seth, that the real danger is Sharia law. Sharia law. And you can tell when you go to a place like Abu Dhabi or Riyadh, like, oh man, I hope we don't ever wind up with a society like this.
Now do Kandahar.
A rape rate of 0, where you leave your keys in your Lamborghini and don't ever worry about it being stolen. And, you know, if people want to get wasted, they do it at home. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And you guys caught that right. You said a rape rate of 0.
Yeah.
Do you know the statistical likelihood of there being a rape rate of 0 in an Islamic country? Ironically, it's 0. You guys remember this, right? January 1st, 2021, when some of these tech...
That was actually pretty funny. I'll give him credit. That was a good one. The statistical probability of there being 0% rape in Islamic culture is actually 0. That's actually touche, Stephen Crowder. Touche. That was funny.
Facts were revealed. He said, we are very, very close to being able to ignore Trump most nights. I truly can't wait. I hate him passionately. That seems pretty cut and dry. Is there inconsistency in the subject, in this case, Tucker Carlson, in their own views that they espouse? Is it very hard to keep track of? And is there inconsistency with what has been relatively established as conservative, America first, nationalist values? I would say yes. And that has nothing to do with interviewing Nick Fuentes.
No.
Who maybe, we'll have on the show at some point in the future. I'm sure I would agree with him on some things and disagree with him on a whole bunch of things. Probably would be less of a debate and certainly not like a softball like Tucker Carlson. Like that's what an interview serves. That's its purpose, is to get answers, usually from the person most qualified to give those answers. But if you just skim past them, that's where I think you're right to be skeptical.
Okay. So anyways, I thought it was noteworthy. Steven Crowder's pretty influential in the conservative movement. And that was his kind of take is he wasn't upset with Tucker interviewing Fuentes, but I guess what he sees as inconsistencies. And just like the comment I mentioned that Tucker made about knowing who Fuentes was when he worked at Fox, to maybe hyperbolic comments, or at least comments he made previously about knowing who he was, that seems like an inconsistency. So I could see that. Maybe that's just, I'm sure if people go back through my live streams, when you're just going off the top of your head, maybe you are inconsistent on certain things. I don't know. Anyways, I thought that was newsworthy, and just to rehash who Shapiro is, this is what he thinks about our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Point of view, where we don't believe in the divinity of Christ. I think that there you can make an argument that the Gospels, which were written,
He was just a prophet, and
significant. No. We don't even believe he was a prophet.
What do you think he was? What do you guys think?
What do I think he was historically? I think he was a Jew who tried to lead a revolt against the Romans and got killed for his trouble, just like a lot of other Jews at that time who were crucified for trying to lead revolts against the Roman and got killed for their trouble.
So he became legend in story, and it became a bigger and bigger deal as time went on.
He had a group of followers, and then that gradually grew. And Jewish point of view, where we don't believe in.
And then this is him talking about the browning of America.
There are Republicans who are concerned about illegal immigration, or because there are Republicans who are concerned about progressive voting patterns that Democrats brag about. They brag about this. The so-called browning of America, which is something I've said I don't care about, because I don't care about that. I care about how people vote. I care about how people assimilate. I care about how people reflect American values in the Declaration of Independence and Constitution. I've said this stuff very openly, very clearly, many, many, many times. But the idea here is that if you care about any of those things, then you are part of the Great Replacement Theory. According to the left, everybody on the right is responsible for white supremacist shootings, including people like me, who literally are featured as a rat in the manifesto. I'm not kidding you. There are Republicans who are concerned about illegal immigration, or because there are Republicans who are.
So again, he even made a comment. There's a famous tweet he made about he'd be in favor of waiving birthright citizen or birth U.S. birthing citizenship for occupying the office of presidency for Bibi Netanyahu, of course. Who didn't he grow up in Philadelphia? So he grew up, most of his childhood was in the U.S. The Polish prime minister of Israel. Anyways, okay, moving on to a new topic here. This was recently whenever all these people went over to Israel. This was Zionist John Hagee, dispensationalist Christian pastor. I did a stream covering dispensationalism. We watched some of his videos. This is him telling you that you are a second global citizen to the Jews.
They are the apple of God's eye. The unchallengeable fact of the Bible is that Israel and the Jewish people are unique. Listen, Israel did not choose this uniqueness. God chose it for them.
Israel did not choose this uniqueness. God placed the Star of David on every buttocks to identify them as the chosen people that will enlighten the Gentiles.
Listen to David's prayer in 1 Chronicles 17:20. It's one of the most powerful words in the scripture. O Lord, there is none like you, nor is there any God beside you. And who is like your people Israel? Listen, the one nation on the earth whom God went to redeem for himself as a people. Chosen and still cherished.
I think the theology is that Christ redeemed all people in all nations, dissolving the distinction between Jew and Gentile, Mr. Hagee.
Deuteronomy 7:6, for you, Israel, are a chosen people, a holy people to the Lord your God. The Lord your God has chosen you to be a people for himself. Listen to this next sentence. A special treasure above all the people on the face of the earth. That includes the United States of America.
He's telling you, you as an American citizen are second to the Jews of Israel. They are the chosen people. Okay, now we're going to move over to some of the interesting novelties of the Charlie Kirk assassination. Anybody who's shot a hunting rifle and knows what a 3.06 is, knows that would blow the head off the shoulders of Charlie Kirk if he was truly shot with a 30-06. And we're told that this exit wound, of course, we don't see an entrance wound. Weird things about the video, the guy that took the SD cards of the video that has his assassination on it. Obviously, the donations being $2 million in Jewish donations being pulled. There was an interesting conversation that Charlie Kirk took place in with a bunch of the very important influential donors to TPUSA. And you know, all of that. And then in light of the Kash Patel narrative, this Tyler Robinson, who we're told is the lone gunman shooter, formerly Mormon, pro-trans, had a trans boyfriend who was transitioning to be a girl, but then the trans partner just leaves and the FBI has never contacted them apparently. The Utah Valley, where this assassination took place, they reconcreted and redid the crime scene within a week after the assassination. It's just weird, kind of weird stuff. So I got two clips that kind of discuss some of the oddities that are going on around this narrative concerning Charlie Kirk.
3 days before the shooting, someone in Israel searched W925S. That is a very specific search. And do you know what W925S Street is? It is where the gun was found.
Oh, shit.
Like, literally.
This might be the house, or maybe it was this one, where he walked by. Remember when Tyler Robinson was walking by and he was limping?
Tiny stretch of road from about here to about here, which is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe 8 houses. And the gun was found right here. 3 days before the shooting, someone halfway around the world is searching for an address in this little town in Utah. I mean, it's not a little town. It's attached to Salt Lake City. But bitch, please, come on.
That is very specific.
And then on July 11th in the District of Columbia, someone searched 683 W925S Street. That's a pretty specific location. 683 is this house. That's the chicken coop right there.
Was that the Ring Camera house? Let's see. One sec. Remember when he was limping, chat?
Walking in the street, continuing to walk the street there, very close to where the venue was.
Pretty interesting about the search results there. Now, again, I don't know the reliability. I know Ian Carroll does a lot of investigatory stuff. That's kind of his brand online. But this video right here, I thought was a great little summary of all the anomalies going on. So this is all AI. This is not a real news set. This Jake GTV, not familiar who the guy is, but this is a great little video clip that I wanted to share with you guys. So check this out.
Breaking news this morning, we found more.
By the way, guys, if you have any questions or comments, feel free to send those in. And we got 9 super chats left to reach our goal. Again, raising funds for the trip down to DebateCon and then the Florida trip for the conference on Athens and Jerusalem. If you guys are able, please feel free to support my work. I'm going to hold you guys hostage that eventually we got to reach the goal. We got to get at least 3 to 4 more to get to the next section. But I'm going to play this video while we wait. So check this out.
On the Charlie Kirk situation.
Oh, wow. Did they finally admit it was an exit wound?
Not quite. Let's ask our investigators at Jake GTV News.
Good thing normies don't know how strong a 30-06 is, but here's Terry Farnsworth, the dude who took the SD cards, voted sketchiest character of the month. You guys have got to see this.
Okay, so not only does he take the SD cards and refuse to give it out, he was taking a selfie video and the first to pronounce him dead. Like, what the heck? Just ask Candace.
But this second close friend of Charlie chose to run just a few yards away up to a grassy knoll to take out his phone. A couple of seconds later, he takes out his phone and he begins recording himself.
They just shot Charlie. They just shot Charlie. They just shot Charlie. They just shot Charlie. He's dead. God help him.
You're probably thinking out loud, what the F did I just watch?
What the F is right?
Okay, so let's get this straight. He was the camera guy, but who hired him?
Definitely not Israel. Like, definitely not.
Yeah.
The chief of staff, Mikey McCoy, was in charge of the setup and seen mid-call walking away just as Charlie is shot. Check it out.
Thanks, Ching Chong. Okay, so there he goes. He's already on the phone call. He's just walking off.
Exactly what they said. It's a closed case. We may not have any confession or evidence, but this is what Charlie would have wanted.
Noticing is antiseptic. Back to you, John.
Great point, Tiffany. This would also be a great time to remind us who we can't criticize. Steineberg, take it away.
Thanks, Goyam. Now, according to my Talmud, you can never undermine our right to rule over you, and if we get caught lying, refer to the pizza cost. It's not easy being chosen.
Thanks, Steinberg. Ever since Kash Patel covered up the Epstein files, we knew we could count on him for this.
What a remarkably efficient cover-up.
Right, Candace?
Regarding Kash Patel showing his face there, I legitimately do not know how these people do it, okay? I would literally die from shame. I would pass away, right, immediately from shame before I would show up to that event if I was Kash Patel.
That's absolutely based, Candace.
Straight up, this just in, Shapiro-Stein said you're not invited to our news program and stop questioning the FBI.
Yeah, it's definitely Tyler. Like, definitely. Case closed.
It's an honor to be here with you today as the 9th director of the FBI. I want to provide by providing a briefing into the tragic assassination of Charlie Kirk. We were able to extract video from the campus feed. A few hours later, that suspect was in custody, pursuant to the interrogation of the suspect's own father, who stated, "When I saw that video that you released, I recognized it was my son, and I confronted him, and he was handed over to lawful law enforcement authorities."
Is this a new breed of human that I don't know about? Where you feel nothing, there's just nothing. It's like the Josh Hammer thing. They don't feel any sense of shame at all, and they can just go, 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 go. I truly don't understand it because I have to be a different species from whatever that is. I would melt. I'd rather melt at the floor than show my face, knowing how badly I was dropping the ball. The whole world was dropping the ball.
Shut it down, Candace. Shapiro-Stein, shut her antiseptic butt back to the safari.
Just because we fired you, Candace, doesn't mean you can come back and spread your antiseptic journalism. Spiritual discernment gets you absolutely fired in the real world. Now, back to you, Goyam.
Finally, the adults are in charge, and it's going to be the most transparent administration ever, except on the Jeffrey Epstein stuff or the Charlie Kirk stuff, who was a friend of the administration.
Shut it down, Candace. You think you come onto my show and spread your antiseptic rhetoric? You obviously haven't heard of Jackie. You're so cooked.
Oh no, producer Berg's cranky again.
Yeah, personally, I think Charlie got JFK'd, but what do I know?
I think it was more like MLK Jr. because we're too busy saying I have a dream.
That's a funny joke, Rebecca. Why don't you pack your things and head outside? Producer Berg is waiting for you with a pager. Now, Goyam, I want you to meet Daisy. Daisy, welcome to the team.
Israel is our greatest ally.
Holy wow, when did we hire you?
The USS Liberty and Holodomor was a figment of your imagination.
Yeah.
Oh, great. Degeneracy. We're no better than them. Anyway, if you're not following Jake GTV by now, your parents were popping Tylenol like Skittles. You're retarded.
So as I said, that was a pretty good video. Yeah, AI. I saw somebody say AI is getting a lot of fun, or it's getting too fun. It is. I thought that was such a clever way to create content. Again, I don't know who Jake GTV is, but an AI newscast and all the the antiseptic jokes in there. I thought that was pretty funny. That was pretty funny. Anyway, in such a humorous way. That was a great little video that showed all these inconsistencies with this whole investigation. And as I told you, Joe Kent under Tulsi Gabbard at the DNI, they were looking into foreign attachment and relations to this potential assassination attempt, foreign involvement. They never said Israel, but Kash Patel immediately shut them down and claimed that they were sort of convoluting and potentially undermining the investigation and the criminal prosecution in Utah regarding Tyler Robinson. So I don't know. As I said, I told you, I don't trust anything that Kash Patel is putting out. It just doesn't make sense. I've lost a lot of credibility with him after the Epstein client list and really the Epstein investigation in general, especially after everything he was saying previously. Iron Handshake throws in a generous $50. Thank you so much, Iron Handshake. Really appreciate that, my man. God bless you. The goal's not updating. Oh, somebody said the timer ran out. How long have we been going? Oh, we've been going for 3 hours. Yeah, you can only set it for 3 hours. I've been having too much fun with you guys. I had no idea we already been live for over 3 hours. Okay. Well, smash that like. Let me get to some of the next stuff here. So I don't even need to play this. This is this new kid, Brylan, who's kind of being touted by the Zionist powers to be to sort of be the replacement for Charlie Kirk. And I guess we can play it. This is just him. Again, it just looks like a weak, affluent, young white male who says everything that the sort of mainstream narrative would want you to say. So I guess we'll play. It's only 1:27, but this is who they're trying to replace Charlie Kirk with, and it's just not working. He did like some event. I think it was at like University of Mississippi, and he was posting about it on X and all this stuff, promoting the event. And somebody showed the actual event, and it was like 50, 60 people. He's not going to replace Charlie Kirk.
Ideology spreading on the right from a small but loud group I call the woke right. They scream hate and pretend it's courage. Here's the problem, though. The left didn't disavow their cancerous ideology years ago when the squad was just a radical fringe having press conferences. And now that loud minority grew into their base, and that movement is about to elect a socialist to run America's biggest city. If we don't call out our own in the name of winning elections, this fringe will drag our party off a cliff like the squad did to the left. I refuse to let that happen to us. You can be a bold conservative without being a bitter one. We can call out bad things the Israeli.
I feel like he's reading something. Don't you get the impression he's reading something? I mean, normal people kind of blink and look away when you're talking. You know, it's normal to look at the camera, but it just feels like it, I do a lot of live streams and you're coming off the head and your eyes glance around. You're thinking about what you're going to say next. And he's so like pinpointed. It looks more like a scripted video. Like he's holding with two hands and underneath the camera, he's just reading the line and like slowly thumbing it. Oh, he's a total plant. He's an absolutely total plant, Jack. No doubt about that. And it's funny, the astroturfing of this guy, and it's just not catching on at all.
Government does. Without blaming the Jews for every minor inconvenience in our life. Just like we can call out AIPAC for bankrolling American politicians and say that should be banned. Just like we can demand secure borders while getting only the best and brightest in America without banning all legal immigration. I mean, I didn't fight to end the old establishment of the grand old party and kick out the neocons just to replace it with hate. We're supposed to be the party of faith and freedom, not anger and chaos. If we sit on our hands and allow the mainstreaming of people fantasizing rape, idealizing Stalin, and proudly saying they're Team Hitler, we don't only lose every single election going forward by legitimizing the lie that the left says we're Hitler Jr., but we also lose the moral war that conservatives are here to uphold. Hate killed the left. If we're not careful, we're going to be next.
That was so scripted. That was so incredibly scripted. And his whole following is AstroTurf. It's not organic at all. So it's not going to catch on, but keep your eyes out for this guy. This was Erica's plan. I don't know if Erica's ever endorsed this guy. I think he's kind of been, wasn't he like, I think Ben Shapiro retweeted him and promoted him, and he was like on a private jet flying to one of his speaking engagements. And I never even heard of this kid. And I'm thinking, how does a like young 20-year-old have a private jet to fly on? And he doesn't even have a big social media following. It's not like he's making, tons of money from live streaming. Like, what? How does this kid have a private jet? And obviously it's the powers that be that are paying for it. Okay. Next item of business is, did you guys see this whole Randy Fine, the big Zionist Israel supporter who, it's the Mark Levin of Congress, essentially. And they had this thing where they had all these young Jews and white boys stand up and says, Tucker is not MAGA, with these signs. Candace said, somebody really had the bright idea to send interns to FedEx to print these signs and then instructed young men to wave them like cheerleaders as Randy Fine spoke. And not a single person paused and considered, hey, maybe the internet will find this gay and laugh at us, which is true. That's exactly what's happened. And so I just want to play this video because this is all in response. This is a political response to the Fuentes Tucker interview.
Today, Tucker Carlson is the most dangerous anti-Semite in America.
Imagine that. Tucker Carlson is the most dangerous anti-Semite in America. Give me a break, dude.
Multiple speakers have talked about the rise of anti-Semitism on the right. But it is not enough to speak in platitudes or generalities about the fight. We must call evil by its name. 5 years ago, if I was talking to my father, who's watching, hi Dad, if I was talking to my father at 8:59 p.m. at night, he would say, Randy, I gotta go. Tucker Carlson's gonna be on. But make no mistake, today, Tucker Carlson is the most dangerous anti-Semite in America. He has chosen to take on the mantle of leader of a modern day Hitler Youth. To broadcast.
Imagine that. Tucker Carlson's leading a Hitler Youth. What? I mean, it's so outrageous. It's amazing they think this is going to work, because all it does is validate stereotypes and just it memes them into the corner they're trying to get out of. Just like exactly doing this. I mean, there's a photo and like 4 or 5 of the boys in the front row all have yarmulkes on. It's just it's not going to work. And they keep doubling down.
Feature those who celebrate the Nazis, those who call for the extermination of Israel, to defend Hamas, to even criticize President Trump for stopping Iran's nuclear ambitions. Today.
So there's Randy Fine doing exactly what you would expect them to do. And of course, who else was speaking at this? Brandon Tatum. One of the more ignorant conservative commentators that's clearly is getting his $7,000 shekels from each post. Ted Cruz, the devoted Zionist. Randy Fine. Who's the other one? Mark Levin. So an amazing cast of characters at the Republican Jewish Coalition. So they really are reaching out to the youth. You can feel the momentum changing when you get Ted Cruz, Rabbi Ted Cruz, up on stage. Every young man is going to listen to that, right? Every young man is going to follow Ted Cruz wherever he takes us. Listen to Levin. Listen to Tel Aviv Levin. He will never lead you astray, guys. Rabbi Ted is here to guide you guys into the dispensational promised land. All you have to do is donate $5,000 to the Ted Cruz Reelection Campaign Fund, and you will also be able to kiss the wall. Next piece of business of order here is JD Vance. and I told you guys that a little bit something interesting is going on about JD Vance. And so this was at the recent Turning Point conference that he did with Erica Kirk. And there's been some interesting speculation. I'm not going to promote it. I don't know. Erica Kirk seems sincere to me about her love and devotion to Charlie. They have 2 children. From my understanding, she's a devoted Catholic. I don't know the sincerity or the intentions of her heart. But there's a lot of speculation online right now that people are, I guess, putting out a narrative of anticipation that JD Vance is going to leave his Indian wife, who I think they have 2 children, and get with Erica Kirk. Because in this speech, it's actually a very insightful Q&A. If you can find it, I think it was from Friday of last week. So JD Vance is at this Turning Point conference with Erica Kirk. It's just like a 2.5-second embrace. People are kind of reading into it, whatever. But JD Vance is asked about Christianity. As I said, he went and visited the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. So he went to, after this Trump peace plan, Israel humiliated JD Vance. So he's going there to sort of validate the peace plan because right afterwards, Israel violated it. They bombed Gaza again. Apparently, Turkey has been given permission to bring their military in and support of the Gazans in the West Bank. This is part of this plan. Anyways, Vance goes there, and they vote in their parliament or whatever it is against the peace plan. The next day, he's supposed to meet with Benjamin Netanyahu to talk to him about following through with this because they already broke the agreement. And that was clearly a way to humiliate the authority of JD Vance. And this isn't something unusual. Israel has done this multiple times where U.S. politicians, the head of the State Department goes over there and they vote for something directly in opposition that they know that the U.S. representative is going there for. And so that was quite a shot. Now, JD Vance did not go to the Wailing Wall and went to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre and kissed the site there and sort of did some reverence. He was surrounded by actually a Catholic priest, and then there's an Armenian priest and a Greek Orthodox priest. And you can see his wife in the distance, kind of just observing the whole thing. Because again, she's Hindu, and he's talked about how she's vegan, and they kind of raise their children in both traditions. Well, he was asked about this. This is not the question, though. This question is specifically about Israel that we're going to watch. But if you go watch the Q&A portion after he gives his speech, he's asked directly about his wife's Hinduism, and he makes the comment that he wishes that she would become a Catholic or that she would convert to Christianity. And this fueled the speculation about JD Vance running for president and how his ticket would be more secure if he was married to Erica Kirk or something like that. Now, I don't want to put that out there. I'm not saying that Erica Kirk and JD Vance have something going on, but I'm just letting you guys know, as your chief news correspondent, that is a narrative that is circulating quite rapidly on social media. But this was an interesting response because he's fielding Q&A questions, and a lot of the young MAGA America First supporters are questioning him about Israel. And this was a very direct one that he was asked.
I'm a Christian man, and I'm just confused why that there's this notion that we might have owe Israel something, or that they're our greatest ally, or that we have to support this multi-$100 billion foreign aid package to Israel to cover this, to quote Charlie Kirk, ethnic cleansing in Gaza. I'm just confused why this idea has come around, considering the fact that not only does their religion not agree with ours, but also openly supports the prosecution of ours.
Yeah, so let me say a few things about this. First of all, when the President of the United States says America first, that means that he pursues the interests of Americans first. That is our entire foreign policy. And that doesn't mean that you're not going to have alliances, that you're not going to work with other countries from time to time. And that is what the president believes, is that Israel, sometimes they have similar interests to the United States and we're going to work with them in that case. Sometimes they don't have similar interests to the United States. And this example, the most recent Gaza peace plan that all of us have been working on very hard for the past few weeks, the president of the United States could only get that peace deal done by actually being willing to apply leverage to the state of Israel. So when people say that Israel is somehow manipulating or controlling the president of the United States, they're not controlling this president of the United States, which is one of the reasons why would be able to have.
Well, Miriam Adelson would have something to say about that.
Some of the success that we've had in the Middle East. Now, you ask about, sort of Jews disagreeing with Christians on certain religious ideas. Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the realities is that Jews do not believe that Jesus Christ is the Messiah. Obviously, Christians do believe that. There are some significant theological disagreements between Christians and Jews. My attitude is, let's have those conversations. Let's have those disagreements when we have them. But if there are shared areas of interest, we ought to be willing to do that too. For example, one thing I really care about is the preservation of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. Christians believe that that is the site where Jesus Christ was crucified and also that his tomb is right there as well. My attitude is if we can work with our friends in Israel to make sure that Christians have safe access to that site, that's an obvious area of common interest. I am fine with that. What I'm not okay with is any country coming before the interests of American citizens. And it is important for all of us, assuming we're American citizens, to put the interest of our own country first. That's what we're going to do. That's what we try to do every single day. I promise you. Thank you.
I'm a Christian man.
So J.D. Vance, you got to say he's a very good politician. So that was a very well-crafted response to sort of weasel out of that. I mean, what's our point of difference? The Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Well, okay, that Christians get access to a very important Christian site where we believe that our Lord and Savior it was placed in his tomb. Yeah, that's a pretty significant, but that's the disagreement with Israel, not what they're doing to the Palestinians, not the allowing of the settlers to come and take over Christian towns like Nazareth and Bethlehem. No, not that. That's not our point of disagreement. What about them spitting on Christians? What about them seizing land from the Orthodox Church? What about them blowing up ancient churches in Gaza? That's not a point of disagreement. I mean, so what a well-crafted political response, because he's able to validate the concerns about Israeli control over the U.S. government, shoo away that, and elevate Trump as a very fiercely independent man, which certainly could be questioned based on the donation pattern he received both from the first and second term, and also his interest within Israel. His stepson, Jared Kushner, is deeply embedded in the Israeli elite. His daughter, Ivanka, has converted to Judaism. His grandchildren identify as Jews and are raised as Jews. Yeah, Trump's got some potential compromising issues that may prevent him from seeing this issue clearly. But J.D. Vance's response is a very good political response. And yeah, so it validates his identity as Christian. It validates him as an American nationalist, talking about American citizens. But it really does. He also chooses the most minute topic of disagreement with Israel. And even this got some blowback from the Zionists, talking about how sometimes Israel has interests that don't align with ours. And it's like, really? That irritates some of the Zionists. That's the vice president says maybe American interests don't always align with Israel. But I mean, that's where we're at right now in the world. This was a meme. It was just a brief. This, I think, is getting totally overblown. So this is the encounter, and people are saying, I saw some woman saying she never touches the head or the hair of a man when they hug other than their husbands. And this has led to speculation that maybe they're more friendly than people suppose. I don't know. I think it's totally overblown, but they got some pretty nasty memes coming out of like her standing on Charlie's coffin. And this was a comment she made about,
no one will ever replace my husband. No. But I do see some similarities of my husband in JD and Vice President JD Vance. I do. And that's why I'm so blessed to be able to introduce him tonight, because he understands the fight that we're up against, and he can articulate that in a way that transcends. He's an amazing man. No one will.
So to me, that's not that much. I think it's totally overblown, and it is what it is. But her saying that she sees qualities of Charlie and JD Vance, and if she is a devout Catholic, and if JD Vance is a devout Catholic, like they both portray, I'm sure there's some type of bond and friendship, deep friendship there. So I don't think it's a big deal, but it is newsworthy because everybody's talking about it. So be what it may. And then you get all these memes, these AI memes going on about, it's kind of disrespect. I would feel bad if none of that is true and Erica Kirk is seeing that stuff. Like, again, like this is all AI. That would probably upset me if my husband just died and people are, but it is what it is. So next item, we're almost done here. So Donald Trump, I don't know if you guys caught, but he made some news, and then he reiterated this in a recent 60 Minutes interview. It was the first one I think he's done, or maybe in a long time, just because he's put the mainstream media essentially on ice and hasn't done a lot of stuff with them. Well, he's announced that the U.S. is now testing nuclear weapons for the first time in 30 years. Obviously, he wants to be portrayed as the president of peace. He's really big about trying to win the Nobel Peace Prize. I think it obviously has to do with competition with potentially Barack Obama and his indulgence in the institutional recognition of people. Right. So getting the Nobel Peace Prize. Now, I think most of us probably already suspect, well, the Nobel Peace Prize is probably already corrupt. The people who choose whoever wins it, it's probably filled with all these political ties. So who really cares? But for Trump, it's important. Anyways, he has stated in a recent Truth post, the United States has more nuclear weapons than any other country. That's not true. The Russia, former USSR, they have more nuclear weapons than we do. That's just a fact. It's so excess that we would annihilate each other if we use a fraction of our weapons. It wouldn't even matter. But factually, that's just not true. Okay. This was accomplished, including a complete update and renovation of existing weapons during my first term in office. I don't think you can do that in your first term. So again, skeptical. Because of the tremendous destructive power, I hated to do it, but had no choice. Russia is second and China is a distant third, but will be even within 5 years. Because of other countries' testing programs, I've instructed the Department of War to start testing our nuclear weapons on an equal basis. That process will begin immediately. Thank you for your attention on this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Now, it's one of the things that was newsworthy is that he validated as U.S. president during the 60 Minutes interview that Pakistan is doing nuclear tests. There's been a lot of speculation about what Pakistan's doing because they're having all these earthquakes, seismic activities occurring, typically in a specific region and geographical location. So he's arguing in the interview that they're doing underground testing in Pakistan and that North Korea is doing testing. Russia just displayed a new delivery method. Essentially, they just used rockets and missiles, but it was a potential nuclear delivery method, which was novel and new. So they didn't test publicly nuclear weapons. But yeah, this stuff is happening, and what do you guys think about the fact that the U.S. is testing nuclear weapons again? I don't think it's all that big of a deal. It's kind of caused some commotion, and I saw some people that were kind of right-wing criticizing Trump and believing that this was going to use for Zionist purposes, which it very well could be. And as we've talked about with some of the prophecies regarding the end times and our Orthodox saints and elders, that's a real potentiality, and how all this stuff unfolds. And so far, Trump, we're told he's kind of frustrated with Netanyahu. He's kind of stabbed him in the back. We're seeing the administration, J.D. Vance and Trump, say things critical after it came out that Netanyahu told a couple Arab leaders and people in Israel that he controls the U.S., and somehow that got back to the administration. The rumor is that really irritated Trump. And maybe that's part of the providence of him being a megalomaniac, is just like the first term with all the mainstream media, most normal people couldn't deal with that scrutiny. It was like water off a duck's back for Donald Trump. And maybe the fact that he is egotistical and megalomania, has megalomania, actually aids that if Netanyahu does him wrong, that he would be willing to go back on some of his donation interest and stuff. Who knows? But he is testing, and apparently the Department of War is expecting the first test in like very, very near future. I think in a couple weeks. This was interesting. This, what I said, was actually pretty based. So not necessarily Nicki Minaj, but this was getting a lot. You can see it has 49 million views, 345,000 likes. And so Nicki Minaj gave Trump credit because this was the end of last week or this weekend. He said Christianity is facing an existential threat in Nigeria. Actually, I think this was Saturday night he posted this. Thousands of Christians are being killed. Radical Islamists are responsible for this mass slaughter. I am hereby making Nigeria a, quote, country of particular concern, unquote. But that is the least of it. When Christians or any such group is slaughtered, like is happening in Nigeria, something must be done. I'm asking Congressman Riley Moore, together with Chairman Tom Cole and the House Appropriations Committee, to immediately look into this matter and report back to me. The United States cannot stand by while such atrocities are happening in Nigeria and numerous other countries. We stand ready, willing, and able to save our great Christian population around the world. Now, I don't think anything's going to happen of this. As I said, the only thing, it's total posturing. I totally agree with that, Avicenna. It is posturing. However, as an Orthodox Christian, as a Christian in the general sense, I do like the rhetoric. Nothing's going to come of it. If he's going to be so boastful and bombastic in the way that he presents himself as president of the United States, hey, at least he's talking about protecting Christians. It's a step in the right direction. Nothing's going to come from it. And there's a lot of speculation about, Trump's actual fidelity to Christian precepts and theology. Some people speculate that he may already be Jewish. Who knows about that? I did a video I posted here on the channel talking about how many in Israel view him as the new Cyrus the Great, who's going to aid in building the third temple. We know Pete Hegseth, the head of the Department of War, he is very much in that dispensationalist group wanting to build the third temple. So I could see the nuclear testing, a lot of this stuff to backfire and actually create problems. But for whatever it is, it's nice that Christianity is actually getting an explicit defense from the president of the United States. This I thought was interesting. This was kind of floating around. I saw a handful of clips, but Dinesh D'Souza, so an attempt to discredit Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes, was posting things, and other people were posting things like this too, about Trump talking about Pat Buchanan. So Pat Buchanan, for those of you who aren't familiar, he ran for president a couple times. He was a major figure in American politics throughout the 70s, starting in the 70s, but really through the 80s and 90s. And so consults the U.S. presidents Nixon, Ford, Ronald Reagan, influential figure in the modern paleoconservative movement in the United States. I'm a fan of Pat Buchanan. He spoke a lot of hard truths very early. He was speaking about immigration. He was speaking about demographics. He was speaking about culture. He was speaking about Jewish power in America, in the AIPAC, in the Israel lobby. A lot of controversial topics that are now kind of front and center. And so it's been very popular for people to sort of bring back up Pat Buchanan and that MAGA, what's happening to the MAGA movement, what the Fuentes and Carlson phenomenon represent as a shifting from neoconservatives and something that's much more in line with Pat Buchanan's paleoconservatism. So, and I think that is exactly happening. But then you get people like Dinesh D'Souza posting stuff like this, where Trump, with Jay Leno, was bashing Pat Buchanan for all the things that people are bashing Tucker for today.
Well, how about Hillary and Rudy Giuliani in New York? What do you got there?
Well, I'm a big fan of Rudy.
Right.
He's been the greatest mayor that New York's ever had. I support Rudy because
New
he's
York,
been a great
no
mayor.
New York mayor has ever gone on to higher
But I think Rudy will.
You think?
And I like Hillary, too. I like her very much. As a person, I like her very much. But I think Rudy's been the best mayor we've ever had. The city is the hottest city in the world right now. And he's been at the helm. And I think somebody should be rewarded for that.
Now, how about Pat Buchanan? What do you think of that? Now, he seems to be the guy you'd have to battle.
Well, that's true. He's anti-Semitic. He's anti-black. He obviously has been having a love affair with Adolf Hitler in some form. And I just...
There you go. So Pat Buchanan, anti-Semitic, anti-black. So he's an anti-Semite, he's a racist, and he's pro-Hitler. None of which is true. Pat Buchanan wrote a book that criticized Churchill, which Daryl Cooper, that I mentioned earlier in the podcast, Daryl Cooper talked about on Tucker, which caused a firestorm from Seth Dillon of the Babylon Bee and all the usual Zionists, that in any way that Churchill could be found guilty or perceived as not only aligned with the Soviet Union and communists, but actually was the catalyst to what emerged as World War II and how everything unfolded, which I think he makes a pretty strong case for. I like Pat Buchanan, but you see that Trump back in the 90s was spouting the exact same thing that the Zionists are saying about Tucker today after his interview with Fuentes.
I don't want you to hold back. Give me how you feel now. I mean, these coy answers.
I can't imagine, that Pat is going to be very seriously taken as a candidate.
But he's smart. He's a good
He's
debater.
a smart guy.
He's a very bright guy.
And perhaps he's a good debater, but he's got a lot of bad stuff out there.
Now, how about him?
So it's not super, but Dinesh D'Souza, dispensational Christian, Indian, very subversive in the conservative movement. So it is what it is, but that's a video of him that he posted of Trump talking bad about Pat Buchanan and essentially what MAGA is becoming, what is turning into. This I thought was really interesting. I don't know if you guys saw, but there was a mayor in Mexico that was assassinated this weekend. It was actually on Halloween. It was on Friday. And the president, Sheinbaum, the Jewish woman who's the president of Mexico, she would not actually assist this mayor who was asking for protection from the cartel, and she essentially let the cartel kill him. Now, this is the interesting thing that's emerging is that Jews are like way less than 1% of Mexico, the Mexican population. Of course, they have a Jewish female president. Interestingly enough, as you guys know, when she was running to become the president, it was like, 26, 28 people were killed by the cartel, and she was the only one left standing, and that's how she won the nomination. And then you have a mayor like asking you to protect him from the cartel, and they just let him be assassinated. So interesting stuff. But the Trump administration says they are planning to send troops into Mexico to target drug cartels, which is basically a middle finger to Sheinbaum in Mexico. Fair enough. Was his name? Carlos Mora? Carlos Manzo. I'm getting multiple different names. Carlos Manzo, people are saying. Yeah, do any of the politicians in Mexico survive their time in office? Sheinbaum will, I promise you that. I guarantee you she won't be assassinated and I'll let you guys figure out maybe why that is the case, but I guarantee you Sheinbaum isn't assassinated. Exactly. I think there's some interesting connections between who is aiding and abetting the cartel. So anyways, I think this is pretty cool. Some people have mixed emotions. I say if we're going to use the U.S. military, get them the hell out of the Middle East and get them on the southern border. Yeah, attack the drug cartels. Yeah, this is where I stand in opposition to a Scott Ritter or a Judge Napolitano, who I think they're pretty good, very good on criticism of Israel and figuring out what's going on in the Middle East. I like Ritter and Colonel Douglas McGregor's military analysis of things going on in the world, but both Judge Napolitano and Scott Ritter are talking about how this is like this Trump using the National Guard for these deportations and the help of ICE as an attack on American citizens. I'm like, what are you talking about, bro? And I know Ritter has, he's been upset with a lot of the decisions Trump has made, especially the bombing of Iran. And he's been pretty negative ever since then. But I got to say, me as an American citizen, I have no problem with the National Guard. I have no problem with the Marines, with Army platoons, any military use to aid and abet ICE to deport more people. That is not in any way an attack on American citizens. So I totally disagree with this idea you're hearing from some of the people on the right, like criticizing the use of force. I think that's one of the good things that we're actually seeing is for the longest time, the Republicans were so shy, if not deliberately intentional, to not use any of the levers of power to actually implement their policies. That seems to be changing some degree. So I think generally speaking, this is a good thing. Jameson says Scott Ritter is a pedo with a record. He's a pedo? Scott Ritter's a pedo? I was not aware of this. Do you guys know anything about this? Scott Ritter is a pedo? Did this happen? I know that the FBI targeted him and because of his relationship with Russia. I know that he got targeted under Biden by the FBI for, I guess they were charging for being a foreign agent or something because his ties to Russia. But I didn't know anything like concrete evidence that he's a pedo. If somebody knows anything about that, feel free to let me know. I wasn't aware of that. Nathan throws in 5. Thank you so much, Nathan. He says, sorry to go back, but I think that Candace is fake. It's a way to discount conspiracy theories. She's the real version of what they portray Alex Jones as. Well, that would be my criticism of Candace Owens. So when I watch it, it just doesn't have it feels like it's a prompt. It feels like she has writers and each day is kind of scripted. Some days she knows more about the things that she's talking. Some days it feels like, and maybe it's just the presentation. I'm not trying to castigate her, but it does feel like conspiracy theory light. It's kind of a entry level into conspiracy thinking or alternative narratives about things. So I've never been a huge. I think the most I've watched Candace was during the Brigitte Macron thing, and I remember mowing, and I watched like 2 podcasts of hers back to back on that, which I found very interesting. And that was a topic that she was kind of the only one really discussing about in English. Most of it was in French. But yeah, I don't know. I think if somebody mentioned in the chat that the vast majority of her audience is female, that would make sense. If a bunch of right of center women are watching her, if that's the majority of her 140,000 live viewers, then actually I think it's a pretty good thing. That'd be a pretty good catalyst for her to convert, move women towards the right. But yeah, her husband's a damn multimillionaire. Yeah, I'm very familiar. Was it his name's George? Yeah, I always thought that was, and they got married within like 2 weeks, and they had only met each other for like a week, and he proposed to her while he was flying somewhere else. I don't know. They have children. She, God bless them. I don't get too deep in that, but there are some interesting. His dad was the head of like a Christian Jewish alliance in England. I don't know. Kristen says their Mockingbird media could be a setup, but UN people are known to be sickos, so who knows? Could be. New World Disorder says, I bet she works for the covert repubs, the sleeper cells in the house to disrupt and divide the right. I don't know. Nutmeg Donkey, what a name, says Candace Owens is epistemologically bankrupt and she'll, quote, lead the conclusion. Although she is right about some things, she doesn't handle truth responsibly. She literally appealed to dream. Yeah, no. Nutmeg, I totally agree with that. I saw some of that. Like when I think it's just a difference of approach. Maybe it's because she's a woman. Maybe that's why it appeals to women in the first place. But I saw that too. It's like, I'm kind of like Dyer. It's like, if I want to show something, like I want to pull out all the literature. I want to make mental maps. I want to show correlations, incentives, motivation for things, how it lines up to a big picture and a micro and a macro level. And so, yeah, I typically probably wouldn't refer to dreams or stuff like that to make my case on things. Yeah, exactly. Women are like that though. And maybe that's a good thing. I don't know. If again, somebody said in the chat earlier that the majority of her audience is women. If that's the case, well then, God bless her, because we need more women to become, quote unquote, red pilled. If we're still using that terminology nowadays, I don't know. Christ pilled. I don't know. Anyways, last thing that I got for you guys is Brian Johnson, the transhumanist, has come out and said that he is building a new project. He's called a vampire. He's called a narcissist, a grifter, a health freak. But let me be clear about what I'm doing. My goal is to build the world's next major moral framework. This dude's a transhumanist atheist that is scared to death of dying and does anything he can so he can still look like a youthful 28-year-old boy with his clean-shaven face. The coming psychosis, the real possibility in the coming years is that society becomes dangerously psychotic. You mean kind of like the way you already are, Brian? Yes, we are already psychotic, addicted, fragmented, and self-destructive, but I mean clinically psychotic and on a civilizational scale. Yes, but that has to do with the absence of Christ. That has to do with the absence of tradition and community. It has nothing to do with your transhuman worldview. We are already showing precursor symptoms, record antidepressant use, rising suicide rates, rampant addiction, yada, 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 yada. Okay. The fragility of society, our stability, both personal and collective, is built on identity, work, purpose, rule of law, religions, and social cohesion. These are shared fictions. Oh, okay. That create coherence for billions of us to manage the chaos of our existence. You see how pedantic and condescending it is? This dude, you talk about epistemologically bankrupt. Candace Owens has way more ground to stand on than Brian Johnson. This guy has no philosophical framework to stand on that is coherent. And he's talking to you about how your religion is a fiction, but it's okay, little boy. This is how civilizations stay intact. It's okay. This is how people find meaning. They're all fictions. They don't really mean anything, but let me create a new fiction for you. Yeah. Let me just pat you on the head. It's okay. I know you believe in religions, but let me tell you about the new philosophy that I'm going to build. And so you come down here to a new moral philosophy. So what is it that he's going to replace the detritus of our current culture with? Our civilization worships wealth, power, and status. They are the most prized and sought after possessions. This is coming from a multi-millionaire, if not close to a billionaire, somebody who's obsessed with buying the latest and greatest technology to prevent him from aging or reverse potential aging in his body. Sounds like you are yourself, Mr. Johnson, worshiping wealth, power, and status. And because you have those things, you can pursue the project you're on. People will kill them for them, die for them, and make others die so they can die for them. Okay. It's a self-terminating feedback loop, a morality of entropy. Uh-oh. Wow. Max Moore, the transhumanist philosopher, has his philosophy that undergirds much of transhumanism is called extropy, right? It's the sort of Nietzschean vitalistic impulse of creativity and creating order against the enemy of entropy. Don't die is the narrative of this moral architecture. It replaces the pursuit of domination with the pursuit of continuation. Now, remember, we as Christians, we embrace that death has already been defeated, and we have to walk through that door. So death is not something to avoid. Old religions glorified suffering as purification. Orthodoxy, that's exactly what we see. Don't die glorified survival as intelligence. Life's value has always been implicit. It simply wants to keep on going. We must now make it explicit. Existence is the highest virtue, an infinite game. We do not know what's coming with AI. It feels big and is happening quickly. Yet it can be hard to look at it directly as it threatens our identities, possessions, and aspirations. Don't die reframes the anxiety, offering new promise, an infinite game. Karst explains that a finite game has a start and end, a winner and a loser. An infinite game has only one rule: keep the game going. Don't die is an infinite game, a recognition that the highest form of intelligence is the refusal to self-destruct. The zeroth law of alignment. A species running on self-terminating moral code cannot help to build a benevolent superintelligence. Sounds like the Tower of Babel. Allah, return to Babylon from Adam to Antichrist, where I dispel these lunatics and retards like Brian Johnson. He's actually mentioned in my preface, or in my introduction, rather. In my introduction, I actually highlight that people like this are gaining steam, and this is why both orthodoxy and transhumanism will grow in popularity in the coming future. That's why I think they're in competition with each other. He's laying out exactly that, right? It's just all life is about is the intelligence and making sure you don't die, and somehow that's moral. The paradox of alignment is obvious. We cannot align what we have not aligned within ourselves. So there's no God. There's no transcendent value and entity, anything that can actually you can appeal to for eternal salvation. But I, Brian Johnson, am going to use my millions of dollars to make sure that you can fall into my delusion and try to live as long as you can in a really weird and corrupt way in which I am perpetually trying to be a little boy. A fragmented, self-destructive species teaches it machines the same incoherence. Don't die is survival coherence, a philosophy and moral framework, and the age of superintelligence. Its foundation is fidelity to existence itself and not fear. It sounds so cool, but this is like really dumb, like high school stuff. Like this is not Brian Johnson's going to lead a new philosophical paradigm that is just the one precept, the one dogma is don't die. Give me a break. These people are so delusional. It's unreal. And just the post demonstrates his narcissism, right? So he begins by saying, people are confused by me and my intentions. I'm called a narcissist, a tech bro, a vampire, a grifter, and health freak. And yeah, all of that is kind of validated in his message. It's sort of an empiric pursuit to temporal immortality. He's narcissistic in the sense that he thinks he's going to create something philosophical that's going to revolutionize the world. Uh-oh, nobody thought of the idea that you just don't die. Whoa, guys. I came up with a new moral philosophy. It's called don't die. These people are idiots. They're legitimate idiots. Oh, God. Anyways, let me catch up on some super chats. That's most of what I got for you guys today. Nathan Slippery throws another 5. Thank you so much, brother. He says, I don't believe the Macron thing. They lump all anti-Zionists with her and say we were all crazy. George Farmer allegedly gets money from Israel. I wouldn't be surprised about George Farmer. I've heard a lot of conspiracies about him and his father and some of where their money came from. I actually believe that Brigitte is probably a man. I believe Michelle Obama is probably a man. So call me crazy. Maybe I'm catching whatever Candace Owens has, but I don't see that as a shock. And like I said, the latest thing coming out of the French press was like last week was that in the tax departments, like the French IRS, it was Jean Michel. So Brigitte's name was Jean Michel, the brother that Candace suspects of who she actually is. That was the tax name that she was under. So I thought it kind of lend a lot of credence to potentially Candace's theory about Brigitte being a man. I don't think that's so crazy myself. I could see that she's wrong about it. But I also don't think that's far-fetched. She said other things that I'm more skeptical about than Brigitte being a man. That's one of the things I find fairly plausible. But maybe that's just me. Anyways, thank you so much, Nathan. God bless you, brother, for the support. And over on Dono Chat, Anonymous throws in $15, no comment. Thank you very much, the anonymous donator there. I appreciate the support, brother. Probably brother. I could say sister, but I guarantee you it's a brother. So anyways, guys, that's going to do it for me tonight. I hope you guys enjoyed a little drama alert, kind of catching up on a lot of the juicy news, at least from my perspective, going on in America right now. Smash that like if you guys haven't already. Thank you all who supported. I appreciate you helping me raise funds for my trips coming up in the next couple weeks. And I got more streams, so I'm going to be back Thursday. And I have a handful of streams I got to get done. And I'll be letting you know about some of my new projects, like what I'm got going on that old YouTube channel. I call it the new channel, but it's kind of an old channel. But I am buying a bunch of new plugins for editing software, and I'm kind of excited to start a new thing. I got a new fire lit in me, so I'm excited. And you're going to see and be open. I'm actually curious what you guys think about this. I want to get into more debates. Like I very consciously want to start doing more debates now that my life has calmed down a bit. And I was kind of thinking about different niches to kind of go into. And you got Andrew, who really does a lot of the political stuff, feminism. And you got Jay that does a lot of the Protestant, Catholic dialogues. I was thinking about what if I should start really focusing on the occult, Gnostics, Satanists, any type of magic practitioner, Wiccan, witches. If I can find a debate partner that is a witch. I was thinking about anything regarding philosophy I'd feel comfortable with. I just like Jay is so good on all the Catholic stuff. I really don't have an interest in diving into all the Catholic literature to pull out some of the signs and references he makes. So I don't have an interest in doing a bunch of the Catholic debates per se. Yeah. Well, I can do a stream on anything. I can do a stream on Freemasonry, but I'd like to start doing more debate. I'd love to find a transhumanist. I'd love to find psychedelic people. Like, I feel like I've talked with Jake Rattlesnake, and I talked with Modern Day Debate. Modern Day Debate wanted me to debate T-Jump. And I was like, I'm not wasting my time with T-Jump. Okay. The dude's an idiot. It would just be so irritating to debate T-Jump. It'd go nowhere. And it's the same rigmarole. I watched his debate with Dyer. Come on. So, I told Modern Day Debate, I said, hey, is it possible I could get a debate with anybody that's in the New Age, spiritual, not religious, psychedelics, witchcraft, magic? And he said he was going to try, and he couldn't find anybody. And so if you guys know people that I could potentially try to do a debate with, I mean, I'm going to do, for example, I got one line. I just said I wasn't going to do a lot of the Christian apologetics, but I actually am going to debate a pastor in the Church of Christ, which is kind of like a Campbellite it's a Gnostic. It's a Protestant attempt to kind of return back to something akin to like the early church. Debate the same thing, Jew versus Muslim. Oh yeah. I was thinking about doing anything like Eastern mysticism. We don't really have an Orthodox debater that's taking on Hinduism or Jainism or Buddhism or any of that stuff. But are there really that many people to debate in that? I don't know. I gotta find where I fit in. Yeah, I'd debate a Scientologist. I'd be open to debate Scientology. So anyways, I'd be open to do anyways. My goal is to get more into the debates, and all that stuff's going to be on Dr. David Patrick Harry. So it's not going to be on Church of the Eternal Logos. Church of the Eternal Logos, I've decided, is an explicitly Orthodox Christian channel. I may even move some of these drama alerts over to the other channel and really make Church of the Eternal Logos long form, educational, theological, philosophical, basically doing the things that I like to do, and then making more potentially engaging content over there to funnel people, because not everybody likes to listen to 3 hours on Atman Buddhist theology. I've come to that conclusion, despite how much I like to do those streams, they're not highly engaging. So I got to do something more entertaining to get engagement. That's kind of the way that YouTube works. And so that other channel is going to be debate, blood sports, all the religious studies videos I talked about doing against the other world religions, and stuff like that. Hot, edgy clip videos. And then educational content is going to be on Church of the Eternal Logos. And then if you want deeper and you want to be part of the community, that's where the Logos Academy is. So I've decided that's kind of going to be the structure. So looking forward to starting that project. Debate free will. I did that. It went nowhere. But I'd be open to like debates on free will and determinism, utilitarianism, anything philosophical. Oh, BLA's live? Yeah, let's definitely rate him. Okay. Let me change the settings real quick. Let's get everybody over there. Give BLA some love, guys. That dude is a good dude. I really appreciate BLA. Let me see where he's at. Baselit Analyzer. There we go. Okay. So anyways, guys, I got more content coming this week. I got clip videos that I'll be posting here on Church of the Eternal Logos. So Church of the Eternal Logos is basically going to stay the same. I think the only thing that may change is some of the drama alerts may go over to the other channel, just because these aren't necessarily orthodox, and I want to keep Church of the Eternal Logos orthodox. I don't want it to be the channel where I'm trying to get all this engagement by doing a bunch of secular stuff. So anyway, smash that like, guys. Thank you all so much. Thank you for everybody who supported. And as always, until next time, God bless.